see?
It's time to go back to back. You have to start calling me Captain America.
Can you guys see it? Can you guys see it? Can you guys see it?
Turtle on the triple, turtle on the quadra. He's stolen away by Control. Team up the with a five-man Szechuani ultimate. Like it will not withstand the power of the glorious EOB.
I knew that if I made it to the final, that was just going to be the end of the silent stage.
Takes the kill. Takes the crossfight.
We both know, like, this is the most important thing ever to us. It's just this. It's competition. That's what we want.
Is that bears?
Just tilted.
Double flipped. Oh shit.
Kills everybody. Soak in the embodiment of the LCS. Past, present, and future together to celebrate everything we are. The evolution continues right now. Please welcome FlyQuest and Team Liquid.
What the fuck?
Thank you to Killboy. Thank you to our dignitaries. And thank you to all the fans, the lifeblood of this beautiful game. The final battle for the LCS title is about to begin. It's FlyQuest and Team Liquid. On support, Lucio! Versus Core JJ! In the jungle, Inspire! Versus O2! At AD carry, Masu! top lane, Whippo! Versus Impact! One last time, make some noise!
Yo, Impact carried SKT.
Facing Team Liquid in the finals is just a straight up win. I think they're a phenomenal team. I played on TL, didn't have the results we wanted. I lost to them in spring.
The spring season final, I remember. I was thinking I'll go home fast before start game. I was looking pretty boy, and I said, good luck, have fun. He said yes, but he not looking my eye. I know he's scared. And I was thinking, nah, I will win no matter what.
There ain't no running from the best top in North America.
Top set.
I definitely want to win in BTL, but it's more than that. I think a lot of people, when they watch the LCS, are like, okay, it's the NA LCS, it's their own thing, like whoever wins NA, great. If you manage to win NA, especially against Team Liquid, everyone in the world's looking at you.
Dog can't get away just yet. Team Liquid's running him over. Impact put him into the bouncy house there.
That's something that it motivates me to play our best game.
Team Liquid running to the line as APA is going to get cut to pieces.
I hate being mediocre. I think that's the same for them. Just being good enough, just being there, just being another player, not enough.
When people are thinking about Team Liquid, I just want to make sure Team Liquid is always the winner, always the best.
Team Liquid.
The best team in the LCS is staying on top. This might just be what APA's looking for. He goes in, pentakill, APA.
When the going gets tough, it's do or die, and I'd rather die trying than sit there and lose.
Whipple jumps in the middle, survives the Sarah stage. Impact is about to die to monster firing. Team Liquid is ace.
이기면 상대팀 울상될 거고 그거 재밌겠지?
상대팀 지는 거 보고 좋아해요. 저도.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summer 2024 LCS Finals. FlyQuest and Team Liquid have worked the whole split, the whole damn season to get here now, but only one can be champion. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael. Gentlemen, let's do this.
It's going to be such a good series today. These two teams, this is the fourth time they've met up this year alone in playoffs. We have had banger after banger between these two teams. They just went 5 games recently this split. I'm hoping for another 5-game banger.
APA called it out himself. This is the premier rivalry of the LCS. In its current form, it's Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. We already saw the improvements as well. The last time these two teams played against each other, FlyQuest did so much better, made the series so much closer, and now they get another try.
This is gonna be exciting, man. The last time we saw these two go head-to-head, it was so explosive, it was so back and forth, blow for blow, all the way into the 5th game. And I'm ready to hopefully see that 5-game rematch here today. Team Liquid has been on a tear throughout the LCS this whole year. They have looked like the team to beat, and it's really just been FlyQuest who's been trying to put up that big fight against them. They seem like the only squad that might stand a chance.
Absolutely, and they look closer than ever in their last series. That one went the distance, was incredibly competitive here, and we have to see if FlyQuest can really get over the hump here. As you said, TL is the bar for greatness in the LCS. That is who everyone has been chasing. But even if you lost all those other times, if you take them down here today, that is what people are going to remember. FlyQuest also going for their first ever championship as an organization, have never been able to raise that trophy. Would love to stop TL from doing it here today.
Okay, we got to kill these lights. They're going to block.
And in order to
us.
do that, we're going to jump right into the draft phase here. Remember last time around these two teams were playing, Team Liquid still kept up their focus for Umpty having either Sejuani or Maokai, one of these frontline tank jungles. The Amumu has entered the arena along with the Sejuani, along with the Maokai as that front line. And Inspired's been the one really leading that charge in North America. FlyQuest truly embraced it. But all of them are up now, so they really will get their pick. And in the last series, we saw Maokai take the lead and become the priority there for their choices.
All right, Smolder, Renekton, Zeri, all banned out by TL. FlyQuest removing the Nasus, the Ziggs, and the Rumble. First pick of the draft, no surprise, we got Corki locked in immediately for APA.
Yep, going to be locking in the Corki here. Ivern is available, has been a priority pick for Inspired. Going to be interesting to see if he goes towards that or towards the Amumu that you've been talking a lot about. Those have been two really big ones for Inspired. He has been so adept at fitting whatever role the team needs. When you think about Inspired in the regular season, it's power farmers, it's Lilia, it's Brand, it's Zyra, it's these sorts of champions. And in playoffs, it has been way more about the supportive role. But here he is locking in the Lilia, which does beg the question, what is the AD pairing going to be mid for quad?
Right.
I'm expecting, something to come out there to really fit with it, but Zeri would be the obvious one. That's been banned away. Smolder's been banned away because that has been some of the big strengths for quad.
Yeah, quad has been very good on the AD carry mid lanes. As well, though, we know he can pull out the Yone, can pull out a lot of the melee versions as well, as far as attack damage threat. So we'll wait and see a little bit deeper. APA hovering some of his past successes. The Kled, by the way, he indeed was a mid-lane Kled main, and so always gets the shout out here. I love it, some of the history, but we don't expect that to come through.
No.
Of course, it's a Corki plus something in the bottom lane. This just looks to be the very standard kind of classic Team Liquid, and honestly, most teams around the world where you go double AD carry with the Maokai Cassante as your front line.
Yeah, if we're talking classic, standard, par for the course, Cassante meets that description in every possible way. That'll be Impact's pick here in this one. And Impact has just been such a standout player throughout the whole split. I expect him, even on something as foundational as Cassante is, to always impress. But Whippo's got an answer, and it looks like FlyQuest is breaking out the Olaf for game one.
And what a game he had on it yesterday. There it was paired with the Ivern. He was against Sniper, really ran over that game. Had an incredible series, honestly, both on the Rumble and on that Olaf. Really stood out.
And what I start to think of is Enchanter supports now. Since jungle is already locked in, Olaf always does love having some Enchanter on his team. Senna is kind of the premier one, though, and FlyQuest actually ban it out themselves.
And do you worry, though, if they go towards an Enchanter, are you going to have enough hard engage? Are you going to have those go buttons, right? You have the Ashe arrow, but so many players are just rushing towards Mikhail's these days that it makes it really difficult to rely on as your solo form of engage.
With Senna off the board, I think there is now no chance of Enchanter in the support.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for the side of Team Liquid here, they are banning away the Braum. So, you think Core JJ is probably going like Leona or Nautilus. Those are some of the melee engaged supports that do get countered by the Braum. So trying to get that out of the way to really open up Core, who has been nothing short of magnificent for Team Liquid, let's be honest.
Yeah.
This guy on the Nautilus or Rel specifically, both in lane and in lane swaps, does so much to control the map.
I mean, it's incredible to say, but both Core and Impact are just having such career years, it feels like, where there's been so much talk about them so deep into their career, reaching even another level. They've been a year full of lane swaps, and they've been such difference makers for the team. They know exactly where to be on the map, when to find those fights. They know their limits precisely, and they have been incredible at setting up the star carries here for TL, APA and Yon, who have really risen to the forefront as those young superstars.
All right, second half of the bans are done, and it's 3 out of 4 focus on the support role. The Braum, the Senna, the Renata all banned out alongside the Trist. Team Liquid removing the possibility of that being the mid lane choice for quad. We saw Corki Trist so often back at the beginning of this split. Tristana falling out of popularity more recently after multiple nerfs. nerfs, but FlyQuest on pick number 4, they're going with that additional engage, they're going with that extra CC, they're going with Leona.
I'm just so interested to see, what are they cooking for mid lane here, because they've seen Corki through the whole draft. They're obviously waiting on a conditional pick here. They're leaving it for that 5th pick mid. They're going to be waiting to see what the entire composition is to try to have something that really rounds out the comp for FlyQuest. If he did want to go towards an AD, there's still things like Lucian, like Ezreal, which are obviously lower priority than those big ones we do see, but still quite strong.
Meanwhile, Jan is thinking, how do I survive Olaf and Leona coming for my head right now? And so they were hovering the Xayah for a very long time. They opt for the Rakan first here for Core to get that very quick engage. Of course, he has his world champion skin on it. And we'll see if they complete the lovers duo here or if they go with the other option, the Ezreal, the poke plus the safety.
I like this. It's also potentially a little bit of a takeaway there for Quad if he did want to go to one of those ADs mid. This is one of the remaining ones and is a tremendous amount of safety. As you're saying, they have good peel, they have good engage, they can kite back and try to focus down champions like the Lilia, like the Olaf here. They're going to need some consistent DPS on the FlyQuest team. They need something to round it out, and it is going to be dive instead. It's not going to be an AD. It's going to be that mid laner for Quad. Yone coming through, help with the dive alongside the Leona, alongside the Olaf. Get in the back line, try to zero out these AD carries.
So this is going to be a fun one because Team Liquid, they have the classic Corki and Ezreal long range double Muramana transformations. Wait for a couple items here with your Trinity Force plus your Muramana to transform to have peak power spike ready to go. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, with their double melee solo laners having the split push options, but having very, very, very good hard engage.
Yeah.
It's the classic like counter to poke is going all in, Ash arrows plus Leona ultimates to create room here for Quad and Bwipo to follow up.
And I think that's a pretty fun story to follow here to kick off this series, because if we remember when FlyQuest has been in these big moments before, we talk about them, they've never won an LCS title. They've been in the league since 2017. They want to change that here today. When we look at their attempt just last split at making it happen, it was Busio along with the rest of the team falling short in some of those clutch moments, and now they're putting Busio in a spot where he's got the power for that trigger pull to set things up and go for that hard engage. It's a great moment for him to be able to step up and find those angles so those melee carries can shine.
It certainly is. The moment is now, Flowers. Finals on the stage. FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. Your whole year coming down to this.
And right out the gate, the trash talk has already begun from APA. Game 1, Yone, are you sure?
I love it.
He seemed pretty sure. Slammed the lock here on the Yone. Did save it for 5th pick on the red side to fully make sure that they really needed the rest of this hard engage. But you just have so many layers with Ash Arrow and Leona ultimate into the Yone combination here. It's going to be explosive whether it works or doesn't work for the side of FlyQuest.
And there you all go, in case you didn't believe us. You know, they say that you got to practice like you play. And if you look at the whole season up until this point as practice for the finals, well, APA likes his trash talking. So we'll follow that throughout the series as well, see how that stacks up for these guys. But Masu and the rest of FlyQuest aren't trying anything crazy here at level 1. Neither are Team Liquid. Just line of scrimmage back and forth across the river. Maybe we'll get a very late invade. As Busio and Masu step up here, they're going to find Jan there in that brush, and he'll retreat slightly.
And we were talking about it, the amount of history that these two teams do have. These orgs have been going at each other over and over and over again in playoffs. TL largely coming out on top. But it's actually the last time that TL lost a series was to FlyQuest in the LCS. It was all the way back in spring in that upper bracket playoff series that they did lose them 3-2. TL has been getting the better of them since then, though.
They certainly have, and getting the better of the entire LCS up until this point. Team Liquid took the upper bracket route in order to get here, not dropping down and needing to fight their way back for a rematch here. Meanwhile, FlyQuest have trained, and they've had to fight their way through the rest of the LCS to earn the right to challenge TL again here.
So Kobe, let's go ahead and go into one of your favorite places. Let's go into some jungle talk, all right? Where are we expecting to see Umpty and Inspired focus their time and attention early on in this game as we're getting to look at all three lanes?
I mean, I definitely am expecting multiple clears towards bottom side since both of them start on the top here, which is pretty good news up there for Bwipo on the Olaf. You can see him pushing very early on to get lane control against the Cassante here with his counter pick. And both of the jungles ending up on the bottom side is going to put some pressure on the warding here for Masu and Busio since FlyQuest have two side lanes pushing for themselves. Yeah. It does make it so much easier for a Lilia to try and go mess around with the Maokai, but usually you're going to have to wait until a couple clears into the game to actually play off that.
Yeah, and with those junglers on the bottom side of the map, it is proxy farming time for the Olaf there in the top lane as CoreJJ could be in a little trouble down here bottom side. Masu and Busio, the duo on FlyQuest. The flashes were simultaneous. CoreJJ escapes as Busio wanted to go for the flash stun to lock him up and guarantee the kill.
Yeah, he had to use his heal as well, and Busio still held on to the Ignite, so there's going to be a lot of kill pressure down there potentially. Core will have to play safe for the next couple of minutes. APA does get interrupted there by Inspired, so the base is stopped. A little bit annoying for him, and is going to help Quad in this lane where he had definitely been behind on pressure.
Yeah, APA Valking aggressively there to continue the trade with the Yone. Both of these guys likely to head back to base at the earliest possible convenience, take that first recall, heal up, use the early teleport to get back in lane and have more presence there. You can see APA running a little bit low on mana alongside the health. Quad also pretty low due to loss of pressure that you're already talking about, Azale.
And the ward that was on the FlyQuest Raptors now disappears, expires, but is still going to be in
how is
at bot lane priority and got lane Scuttle Crab, so you're the one you get to get out.
How is my webcam better than the ones that the LCS is using?
Ball not quick enough.
Yeah, that was really close.
Are you serious right now?
Power farming for both of these junglers. Going to be interested to see who makes the first move. You know, you do think with double melee solo laners here on the FlyQuest side, there's more pressure on them to try to make something happen. TL is very comfortable to play it slow, to scale, and to have Umpty just answering the plays that FlyQuest looks for.
Fortunately for Bwipo and for FlyQuest, because they did get the exact recall timer on Umpty, they should be able to track him and know that he's resetting up to this top side. Since they are aware that he did a topside clear, Bwipo now knows he should have reset after that recall and be back on his Gromp, so comes down, blows his own Scryer's Bloom through the jungle to be able to see the Wolves have not yet been taken, and that should be the continued path. So just every like 30 seconds ahead of time, continuing to track where the jungler is going to go and opening up Inspired here to be able to move.
And Bwipo has been showing so much respect over to Impact. You know, this is his opponent in the series. He's coming out hot with game one. You know, a very aggressive pick here as Inspired is going to get pushed back. And he's going to have to show up because Impact is the great neutralizer. This guy has made an entire career of shutting down carries, of neutralizing picks, and taking over with incredible team fighting.
Certainly is. And counter pick for Bwipo on his Olaf. That was so big for FlyQuest. In their final game yesterday. I mean, that was a really dream scenario to R5, the Olaf, and definitely did pay them back. But it's the little things that we kind of mentioned. You saw on screen there, you know, during the graphic popping up that Inspired was able to take advantage of the vision they got on Umpty and the tracking and take away a single Raptor camp. For these jungle matchups, every Raptor camp really does count when the Lilia starts to pull ahead. So continue on tracking here as he works his way towards his Leandries.
Okay, another engage from the FlyQuest duo here in bottom side, though. Busio, again, always looking for those angles and opportunities. Meanwhile, APA under pressure back in the mid lane as Quad will force him back. And now Quad and Inspired will have control over this top side river. You could see that Umpty was hard at work grabbing the Void Grubs. He secured the first two, but the third one's not his. As the Ragnarok to Olaf will not be able to secure a kill onto the Cassante. Back up in the top side. That remaining grub being challenged, being taken by Inspired. Bottom lane, the 2v2 stays spicy, but nothing. Nobody dead on either side. Almost 7 minutes into the game. Everybody's playing it cool.
Yep, they do trade the Ghost there and the ulti from Bwipo for the flash of Impact. He did force that out. Of course, the heal is now back up for CoreJJ in just about a second, so that window is closing on the bottom side for FlyQuest to look for a kill there to utilize the summer advantage that they got in that 2v2.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid, because Impact was able to save his ultimate, you actually have some very rare like kill windows on an Olaf when Olaf doesn't have the ultimate available and it is so early on into the game. If he does have his ultimate, you know, this Olaf is going to be a 2v1 machine, basically, whenever you have tank jungles that have very low damage and rely on CC, like the Zac yesterday, like the Maokai today. But when the Cassante does have ult advantage, there are some small angles you could go for. Umpty's actually just hovering here to make sure that Lilia isn't coming to punish Impact, since Impact has no flash and will continue pushing in. And now they actually find him and stop Whippo under the tower, and they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they want to go for that angle you're talking about, Kobe. Immediately, Impact's ready to start it off. Its first blood over to the LCS MVP.
It's something when you think about it and you're like, well, the flash is a much longer cooldown, so that's a good trade, right? Yeah. My ultimate for his flash goes for the flash, but in saving a Cassante ult, he turns into damage dealer, and you can actually kill an Olaf, and they do it. It's just really nice stuff from TL.
CoreJJ immediately with a flash engage onto Busio. Yon wants to follow it up, and Team Liquid gets a 2v2 kill bottom lane.
That was perfectly played there from Core and Yon. The ulti timed as Core comes out of the brush. No chance to react from Busio, and then he's so low. He knows there's no point in flashing. You're going to go down. It's a great set of plays across the map there for TL.
FlyQuest trying to get something back here. Whippo pushing very quickly to get a turret plate. At least does get that little bit of money, but you're absolutely spot on with multiple TL plays on both sides of the map popping off. And this is because not only did they get their dive successful on top side, but they saw Inspired up there too. So Yon and CoreJJ, they've been alerted. You can go ham on your 2v2 right out of the brush. We've seen it. We saw it yesterday.
Okay. I'm so strong too. Look at my items. Yeah.
Multiple times these bottom laners doing those brush plays when you think they have recall, then surprising.
He's so strong too. Look at his items. FlyQuest now trying to force Team Liquid back. A lot of CC at a CoreJJ. Inspired picks up the first kill of the match for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest able to hit back there. That was critical for them because not only is it the kill, it lets Inspired start up the dragon here and look to try to take that first big objective for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest did get a single grub earlier after the first two were secured by Umpty. So one grub plus one Drake definitely going to put them at an advantage in terms of these neutrals. It's still 60 seconds until that second pot of grubs spawns, so FlyQuest will not have to worry about Team Liquid taking that while they're busy down here. And Busio and Masu still maintaining control over the lane, over the river, to guarantee that Inspired gets it safely.
Yeah, really nicely done by Inspired. The timing window there to go in and punish just after the reset of the TL bottom lane on getting their kills and pushing out their lane to keep this game very interesting. The first game yesterday, I was like, oh man, this is starting to feel fairly similar, where it was like, FlyQuest makes a successful play, and then they make another one on the other side of the map, and they just snowball the game out of control. But this game, already you're seeing the counter punches.
Don't mind me, just going to bring up a nice little graphic here where Impact got first blood. And let's take a look at how TL has done with and without Impact. The MVP not just making a big difference this year with Impact. TL has stacked up the titles, 6 international appearances, 5 titles, 0 without him.
Oh, Masu with the double summoner spells down here underneath the tier 1 turret, cleanse into the flash as soon as CoreJJ went in for the quickness engage. So Masu lives, but now that Ashe is very vulnerable. FlyQuest going for the second set of grubs. They've got a 4-man attempt while Masu is still down bottom lane underneath the tier 1 turret. First grub already secured. Inspired still with total control. Should be able to find the second now without much to do about it from the other side. Okay, no contest, no problem, no issue. That's going to be all 3 of the second set of grubs for FlyQuest. They will have enough for the Void Mites.
Yeah, and the only possible punish there was for the TL bottom lane to try and punish Masu. And since, CoreJJ used his flash, they do get both summoner spells off Masu, but critically, the Rookie of the Year stays alive, is able to deal with the rest of the wave as well. So FlyQuest, they get away with sending Busio to those grubs to get their 4 grub buff, their Void Might spawn for later in the game, which is critical because they're the team, remember, that is running the double solo melee laners, trying to get that split push, and trying to get the map under control.
So far, so good for TL. It's a calm game, and I think that's the style that they really excel at. And this is a team that plays the map so well. Everyone around the league gives them so much credit for this. You can see Inspired and Busio trying to hover quad here in mid lane, but Core does show up first to help make sure APA is safe.
Yeah, Quad seeing if he might have been able to set something up there with a Q3, but that one will not connect. And I think it's interesting how you can see Team Liquid is slightly ahead in every role except for jungle, but Inspired has been farming up a Storm here on the Lilia. Both of these players in the jungle do have their first items completed, but it's a support item, a Locket for the side of the Maokai, the full Leandries for the Lilia, while the engage from Umpty finds Busio, but that's a pretty tanky target. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot more to get out of that one, so Busio can just walk it off.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised he actually committed the flash there. You know, obviously underestimating how tanky he was, but now they're going to look to try to threaten the dive. There's no cleanse.
Yeah, they are not done yet. That Ashe still has no summoner spells. The True Shot Barrage flies out. They need a little bit more lockdown, but they ain't going to find it. Team Liquid with a sloppy dive gets nothing.
Yeah, not able to actually punish there on the dive. They hit the Maokai ulti, but Busio did a good job actually peeling, and Umpty didn't commit fully to it. He just held the tower aggro, but they didn't have enough damage because Busio was just blocking these Ezreal Qs that were coming through from Yon.
Again, the FlyQuest bottom lane defending here. In the end, they do have to recall, so they're going to be at least one tower exposed. You rotate Quad down to bottom, which means Inspired rotates over to handle the wave on a mid lane tower, which APA actually got in there, but they don't give up an extra turret plate, so nice little rotation to cover even the loss of pressure there. With their bottom lane being forced to recall, they're still able to keep TL off those turret plates.
All right, gentlemen, we got about 30 seconds before the Rift Herald spawns. We've got a little bit over a minute until the next Drake spawns. I'm hoping we get to see some fights over these because it's been a pretty low kill game, but the gold is neck and neck between the two teams.
And from the side of TL, you know, they have one of their Trinity forces. They're still waiting on the Ezreal Trinity force. And then, of course, they're really looking towards the Muramana transforms a bit later into the game. But, you know, Bwipo, he loves scaling on Olaf too. He went with the Cull. He has actually already popped his Cull into the full Stride Breaker completion as well. So that game plan will be fully operational shortly.
Yeah, TL really setting up vision here down on this bottom side, taking away this quadrant in preparation for this dragon that is going to be up here in 30 seconds. Busio trying to defend his make, but not able to do it. TP's coming in.
The TP from FlyQuest. They want to catch Umpty. They know that he has no flash because he tried to use it earlier on Busio down in the bottom lane. There is no way out for this Maokai. It's just up to who they want to give the kill over to. Umpty's still just trying to spend as much of their time as he can, but Inspired takes him out.
FlyQuest don't have TP on Quad though either, so with Bwipo teleporting down, they're actually going to leave open the top tower, and you can see in the picture-in-picture here, Impact is getting some payment, but still, that is a very, very free kill for FlyQuest into a timer that is on second dragon.
He gets the full tower though. He has his Iceborne completed, so he has that Sheen proc. He's actually working it down. Yes, it's a Cassante. Yes, it's not the fastest at killing those towers, but you give him enough time, he'll get the job done. So it is the TP, it is that one kill and the dragon, but they lose an entire turret to Impact on the top side.
And once again, our gold is right back around that even spot. 15.5 minutes into the game. FlyQuest, however, does command the lead of the 2 Drakes and 4 Grubs. So coming out on top in the neutral game so far, as the Rift Herald is still alive on the map. You can see that Team Liquid is getting the push in mid. They have the push in top right now. We'll see if they can convert that into a Herald take, as Bwipo and APA are both still posted up down here in the bottom lane. Bwipo popping the ghost, going after APA. Ragnarok is used, but APA flashes out, so now Bwipo's also looking to make his exit. Core JJ locking him up. Umpty following up. APA shooting him down, and Bwipo will fall.
Nice trap from TL, and notice that they do have teleport on APA, so the top tower, they won't make the same choice of actually giving up top tower. They can just teleport the Corki over there. Nice trap from TL. They defend APA, they play off the aggressiveness of FlyQuest, and immediately punish.
And this is that tough part about playing a champion like Olaf. You have to hard commit to these types of plays to be able to get anything done. You can't just play it slow and play it cautiously at all times. He does go in for the kill, but gets heavily punished for it. At the very least, they got the flash off of APA, and that could be something they can look towards at this next dragon spawn, because TL probably doesn't want to give up 3 straight dragons. Maybe Busio or Inspired can look for some sort of a flash onto APA to set themselves up for that 3rd dragon.
Rift Herald will be a very useful tool in taking down that mid lane turret here for Team Liquid. Again, trying to work up their double AD carries that will be poke menaces towards the mid game here. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, that fed Impact. The very fed Cassante, a little bit stronger than usual, so you have to be a little bit wary, but Yone's not worried. As soon as you have Blade of the Rune King, you're kind of a god into tanks.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is going to be tough, I think, to deal with him in those 5v5s. Sure, Inspired is going to deal a lot of damage. He has a lot of farm. He's gotten both the kills for FlyQuest, but Inspired doesn't want to be spending his time hitting Impact. And if Impact is just getting hit by Masu, by Bwipo, by Quad, you know, in their face, really making their jobs difficult, he's going to be a bit of a brick wall.
Well, the thing is, Inspired has everything he needs for a huge Lilia play. Flash is up, Seeker's Arm Guard is purchased, he's got his Leandries for the threat of the damage being significant. This guy could have a huge moment, and I think everybody on Team Liquid needs to be aware of that Lilia's position whenever they are preparing to take any sort of objective.
And because of their comp, the FlyQuest are kind of the drivers of the action in this game. They rotate everybody towards the top side. Meanwhile, TL looking for the dive.
Yet again, they saw Quad try to clear out the wave so they wouldn't be able to find some kind of a dive, but it does not deter Team Liquid as Yon survives the counterpunch over in mid lane, attempted from Busio and Masu. Yon still slinging those Mystic shots, trying to defend the tier 1 turret as Shelly's gonna get drove straight into the tier 2 down in bottom lane with APA for some extra damage. Team Liquid pulling out ahead.
Yeah, it's a really nice play there from TL. They weren't deterred. Quad spent the ultimate to just clear out the wave here, hoping that would actually buy himself some time, but they had the Rift Herald. They drop it over the wall, and they just force the play, knowing no one else can really come down there to respond.
And we have the reset in the aftermath. Really nice use of the Rift Herald. Did like that from TL to get themselves, you know, towards this mid-game spike that they're looking for. Now it's just one outer tower that FlyQuest have as far as defense. And it's going to get harder for, you know, Bwipo and Quad in the side lanes. Bwipo's ult is ready, and his flash will be, or his ghost will be back soon. But Quad, as you mentioned, punished pretty heavily there, though he will have his flash as well. They want to be able to use it offensively. You know, dream scenario for FlyQuest is they get their Ash Arrow into Leona charge for the grouping, but we've got some jungle takeover here, and you can already see some pesky Team Liquid wards making their way in.
And this is one of the most annoying parts about TL. Whenever these guys get ahead, it's constantly just time for the two supportive members of the team in Umpty and Core JJ to suffocate you off the map while everybody else free farms.
And it's even more annoying when you're playing against Triel, because they have the Maokai saplings in every single brush. They're the best team in the league at taking over the enemy jungle, at taking away those resources, forcing difficult decisions.
Yo, it legit looks like shit. What happened?
They've killed so many teams.
This whole area from
taking away all your jungle camps. They're getting ahead in
from
experience.
the Pagoda section to the mini-map. Horrible.
FlyQuest still just trying to defend their own
Bob
territory
Eric,
here.
thank you for the follow.
Makes its way onto the map, but with not even 1,000 gold separating the teams, we're probably not going to see a 20-minute Baron here in this one, as FlyQuest and Team Liquid are both setting up for this next Drake. If FlyQuest gets it, they'll be at Soul Point, but Team Liquid has control over the bot side river to start.
My eyes are on APA, 2-item power spike Corki. He's done such a good job getting so much money for this fight.
Yon taking some damage pretty swiftly here from Quad. Core JJ trying to counterattack with the ulti. As the Maokai ult used for the defense, Busio wants to drop the Solar Flare. Bwipo coming around from the side, wants to try to get past Impact, going into the back, looking for Yon. There goes the Viking, he's on a rampage. FlyQuest just caught 3 of them. A double kill for Bwipo, and they are not done. Inspired using the ETH to reposition after they might have caught him out just a little bit. FlyQuest with a 3 for nothing. FlyQuest with a tier 1. FlyQuest going for a 21-minute Baron.
Forget the dragon, go straight for Baron. FlyQuest dive pays off.
That was such a good angle there from Bwipo. No hesitation, comes around the side. They'd already forced out early cooldowns from Yon. He had nothing left to get away from Bwipo there. And what a start to this one for FlyQuest. That's just what they were hoping for.
Multiple angles utilized here by FlyQuest. Nice engage for them. They know they have to break these double AD carries now in the mid game before the poke has a chance to take effect. And Quad from this top side actually takes all the attention. Core JJ uses Rakan ultimate, uses everything up there, and Bwipo comes up through the jungle.
And I love that Quad saved his ulti for that moment. He did not panic in that earlier play. He flashes over the wall, Q3, ulti over the top. So not only do they kill the Ezreal, they get APA at the same time. When Teal is running this style of composition, you lose your AD carries, you lose the fight. It's as simple as that.
Beautiful stuff from
He's
Quad.
dead. Ezreal's dead. Okay, I'm going in hard.
Yeah.
Going next. More.
We can
Okay, I'm done.
He was going in hard. This dude it was a full send from Bwipo.
And that was that flash that we were highlighting from Quad, wanting to save it, wanting to use it offensively. That made all the difference in being able to get that CC lock, the knock-up into knock-up. So Bwipo leading the charge, and the rest of the team coming over the top gets them not only the Baron, but also keeps them on pace in their dragon stacking towards this Soul. FlyQuest, this is a brand new FlyQuest. This is not the same FlyQuest that Team Liquid have been defeating.
This FlyQuest is warmed up after their series yesterday. They seem like they are locked in. Excellent team fight there to really break open the game for the first time so far in this game one.
And one of my favorite things about a best of 5 is the adaptation game to game. You know, when you can bring out a new pick, you totally change how you have to approach the series from the other side. Bwipo obviously showcased the Olaf yesterday, but you come out against TL, you have a great game number 1. Now that's always going to be in the back of your mind going forward.
So you're telling me his 9 games of Renekton in a row was all to lull the ruse, lull them into the false sense of confidence. And the trap has been sprung. Now 1 auto on this tower, that's more money into the Olaf solo tower gold. He's already got his full team fighting kit with the SkySage completed. So plenty of tankiness there, and now with this Baron buff, we'll continue to track, but FlyQuest stocks continue to rise. As TL, they try and cross map. They know they're a little bit outgunned in the item department now, so they're giving away some of the stuff on the bottom side of the map, you know, control of their red quadrant jungle, and they're just trying to have APA at least get those minions on top side.
That being said, while the gold lead is significant, it's almost all on Inspired. So if Inspired isn't there, or if he doesn't have a good fight, you know, it's not really going to amount to that much. He does still have that Secrets available, now has the Riftmaker completed as well. So this guy is monstrously strong, and he is a known team fighter. That is the big reason he won MVP across multiple regions.
And it's the luxury of the Lilia here into your Maokai. It's 3 levels on top of all this extra
Flame
gold.
Horizon incoming.
Oof. It's so fun to be the power clearing Lilia here, but he has been very good all playoffs long with his pathing, really setting up his team's early win conditions as far as the lanes that he needs to support, as well as playing to whichever champion he is playing. If it's Ivern, don't have to farm so much, doesn't have to have his CEO of full clear title on, and plays a little bit more, but when you're Lilia, that is the goal.
And I'm really liking the fact that we have those anti-burst items on both of these diving melee carries in Bwipo and Quad. The Sterix completed, the Immortal Shieldbow completed. They both understand that their survivability is through drain tanking, through lifesteal. They also both understand that if they die, well, all of a sudden the team fight screeches to a halt. I think this is really good here.
And while we have talked a lot about impact, Bwipo has been chasing another finals, a big win for so long. You know, he did get some of them back with Fnatic, but since then it has been second after second after second after second, you know, across regional play as well as even the World Finals. He went there, another second place. You know, he is chasing that title. He even spoke about feeling that, you know, hey, you could have subbed in any top laner on Fnatic and they still would have won that title. So he wants to be a difference maker. He wants to be a reason that he hoists that trophy at the end of the day. And he's definitely being a massive difference maker here in game 1.
Yeah, and some of the previous games in playoffs we saw from FlyQuest, some of the games that they actually lost, you know, he got a little bit over anxious, it almost looked like, and over aggressive in some of the engages, but last series, he was extremely calm, extremely collected. Well, he might be a little bit cursed now. It's fine. Is just going to walk through the river here. We were close to a caster curse, but he's able to avoid it. And Bwipo has really been a strong rock for this team.
Ooh, flash from APA. The arrow from Masu forcing that summoner spell out. APA has no QSS. There is one available on Quad on the other side, but considering Team Liquid is just behind in terms of money, they're not going to enjoy those same quality of life upgrades. We've got 1 minute left on the clock until 2 very important buffs spawning at the same time. The Baron coming back, as well as what will be Mountain Soul for FlyQuest.
I mean, this is going to be such a hard fight for APA. He is 16, he does have 2 items, that's great, but you have no cleanse, you have no Mikhails to back you up, you have no flash, you have no QSS. So there's so many tools that FlyQuest have where if they hit, you know, even a sleep from Lilia, a stun from Ashe, a stun from Leona, you are probably just dead.
And there's so many things that Team Liquid have to mark when they're thinking about the approach to this team fight. as we saw last time, you know, it's Quad from one side, Whippo from the other side, and Leona as well. Just the range on the ultimate makes it very easy to set either of those flankers up with some CC to support their damage. So, you know, Impact, Umpty, and Core JJ have a very difficult job in trying to mark multiple approaches to their team fight, to protect their backline.
And I think that job gets even harder when you don't have anyone on your team who can win the 1v1s against the solo laners on the other team, right? It's not like you can just put Impact there and he can just brawl it out with someone. You're going to lose that fight. So it becomes incredibly difficult.
Yeah, the Olaf just kind of can run past you, so very difficult to keep them out and very difficult to deal with them head to head. Meanwhile, they're actually just losing objectives now at this dragon. The tower's been taken by Quad, who continues to split push.
Yeah, Quad's not backing away. That's the important part. He's putting damage into the tier 3. They are forcing Team Liquid to make a move. Quad wants to join the fight now. TL still grouped up in the middle of everybody, but they're caught in the flank set by FlyQuest. Whippo running into the back of everybody. Quad coming around from the side with the soul unbound, ready to jump into the middle with a fate sealed. And APA is already down. Whippo's on a killing spree. Umpty and Core JJ are left to the Wolves. And the Wolves howl for FlyQuest. It's a massacre in the bot side river. Team Liquid can't compete. FlyQuest is tearing through them in these team fights.
It is just art from FlyQuest.
Impact is so
Beautifully
funny.
set up. They do not rush at the
Holy
dragon. They
shit.
put the pressure onto
Did
Team
you see
Liquid with
that?
their split
Oh my
push.
God.
Quad teleports in from the bottom, and they trap
MVP.
TL inside Doom.
They have been punishing these missing summoners so well. APA stood no chance. They push him back. He uses the Valkyrie. That's the only tool you have. Immediately, both of these soul laners pounce. They get right on him. He's down. Sure, Yon stays safe, but it's not enough damage to get through this FlyQuest that is so far ahead now.
And look at the attempts to peel. It's so difficult. Core JJ is going to use everything to go and stop Quad this time, but Whippo just pops the Olaf ultimate and he gets right into the back line. Here's another look at it. Him right on top of APA. And although Core JJ is able to stop the follow-up, it doesn't matter. They have plenty of damage there following through. And on the other side, as you mentioned with Busio and Inspired there, taking care of the front line, it is just a wipe for TL. FlyQuest cleaning Summoner's Rift in this one. Game number 1 looks to be fully in their control.
And it's a great fight from Busio. You know, started off, hit the Leona all onto APA, you know, gets in there, stops the TP out from Impact. He's performing really well in game 1 of the finals, which was one of those questions people had. You know, people felt that he crumbled a bit in the spring finals against TL. People felt that he crumbled at MSI. And the question was, would you be able to step up to the level that's required of you on a big stage? So far, the answer is yes.
I mean, he's 0-1-8 in a game where his team has 9 kills. It's hard to do a whole lot better than that. As FlyQuest now with a nearly 9,000 gold lead, now with a Mountain Soul, now with Baron on the Rift again. This map is theirs, and Team Liquid is one lost fight away from a loss in game 1.
Nobody on FlyQuest was trash talking in all chat, so Twitch chat had to do it for them. They were trying to
Why did he go Thornmill on Maokai
members might have them all muted.
against the Lilia? Why would you do that?
At all, they're all business.
That is the #1 thing a coach has to do when you're going up against APA. It's not the draft ref, it's mute all.
Mute all. You gotta adapt to your opponent. You gotta be ready for each individual situation, and the situation is controlled in totality by FlyQuest here in this first game. They're gonna go ahead and start up the Baron. They will dare Team Liquid to try to come over and do something about it. The True Shot Barrage is gonna see Baron down to about 5,000 HP, but nobody from TL is getting anywhere near that pit. It's another FlyQuest Baron as they break the 10,000 gold lead mark.
The experience difference between these two supports is so stark. You know, Busio was the most valuable prospect only a year or two ago. He's come up into the LCS and has been making such an impact for this team so quickly. Core, on the other hand, has been around forever. Look at the total games played. You know, 7 times the amount of games played there by Core, a world champion, even started his career way back as an AD carry. So it is pretty insane, but both of them really rising to the occasion so far.
And it's just nice to see the execution of this comp from FlyQuest. Oh, here we go. TL looking for something.
Yeah, they fire off the Nature's Grasp. It hits Busio, and Busio alone doesn't even really damage him past a shield. That's a pretty big tool for Team Liquid to no longer have available, as immediately Whippo's jumping in onto Yon again, but he's not going to find the mark this time. What he's doing is creating space for the Tier 2 turret to be taken out, for Team Liquid to have to scramble and try to protect their backline as FlyQuest continues forcing them back behind their own walls.
And Whippo didn't even care about the tower. He taken out 5 shots there. Already has the Jack Show. He's so tanky, and they're looking to finish this one off.
FlyQuest going past the Tier 3. The arrow lands on APA. Busio puts up his shield to lead the charge as Team Liquid can do nothing but run. The engage continues to core JJ and Umpty are both down. APA forced back into the fountain. He and Yon trying to recover. Impact goes all out, just trying to buy a little bit more time, but time is too expensive. Impact is about to fall to Whippo. He flashes over the wall to dive to the undertow as Quad goes into the fountain. He'll trade his life for the kill on Yon as the rest of FlyQuest will finish off the Nexus turrets and finish off game 1.
What a start here for FlyQuest, and Inspired finally getting involved at the end. Lilia open.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter if Team Liquid loses, because they're going to Worlds anyway.
Was a massive difference maker. Finished the game at level 18 on the Lilia, and FlyQuest were on fire in this first game.
They absolutely
Look how happy this guy is.
feeling it. Look at that man. He is happy about that performance.
well played, well-deserved smiles on the side of FlyQuest.
All right, game 1 was a banger. FlyQuest came out swinging. Let's toss it back to the lounge to break it all down.
The paternity test is in, and he is the quad father. That was an insane game from him to not only lock in Yone, but turn up in that team fight.
And what a game from FlyQuest. We were a little doubtful of their ability to win team fights, but when they actually did turn it on, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, FlyQuest team fighting is really damn good. They fell behind the early game. They had bad items in that dragon fight that they won, but Quad and Whippo create so much space on the flanks of Team Liquid. They can't play fights because they don't have anyone to mark the side laners.
Yeah, and I think the big difference makers to me in a lot of these fights are also Masu and Busio. On this Ashe-Leona combination, Masu is 4-2 in playoffs. Busio is actually 5-0 now on the Leona in terms of being able to set down CC in these fights. Masu's arrows, I feel like he has one crucial team fight arrow a game.
Well, that was the thing. We were wondering, against an Ezreal Corki comp, how do you actually run into them? And it's just from 4 different angles.
Oh,
Ashe arrow there, Leona
I was wrong.
Yone, Olaf, they just flanked so well, and then Inspired as well. He was at least 50 CS up early game. By the end of the game, he was over 100.
Not often you see a jungler flame horizon your opponent at like 25 minutes in the game.
He was 10 CS per minute on the Lily.
He was higher than everyone else in the game.
Yeah.
He was the highest in the game.
He's good. I'm not sure what we have first, whether it's the Inspired stats or the big team fight that FlyQuest won, but we're going to pull one of those things up very quickly because the way that they fought this particular team fight was very impressive.
Quad and Whippo, they both create space on different sides of the fight, so TL they have to run away into like a choke here, and that's when Busio and Masu use their ultis to find a target.
And take a look at the Ashe arrow too. So the Ashe arrow does weave straight through. I feel like it's based off instinct. Maokai just gets out of the way, but the moment it hits Ezreal, they all pile in.
It's the way Quad and Whippo kind of like flank from 2 different sides, and they force Team Liquid into a small area where they can collapse. And that's so good. They always do that so well.
131 CSD at end.
Wow.
At end.
The Lilia Maokai gap.
And you see why. Teams do not want to give him this Lilia, right? I too, like Raz, did not necessarily believe fully in this composition that FlyQuest had drafted for themselves. But I think this is proof positive of why you do not want that champion to go to FlyQuest. And across the board, they were on things that they were super comfortable on, and that led to the execution of these team fights.
Yeah, I think we have one more team fight to look at, the Soul fight as well. This is where you really saw that Team Liquid was maybe a little bit dizzy, we were saying, Sven, because watch Whippo, he just gets to walk in. And by this point, it's completely doomed because not only do you have the Olaf, Yone is waiting behind that, and they're still ceding ground to the 3 people up top with Busio, Masu, and Inspired.
Well, and here's Quad coming on the backside of this fight, right? So he's able to get in. Him and Bwipo were always trying to get in for flanking angles. And at this point in the game, it's already all set as we see Quad cleaning up the bottom side of that fight as well. They're just really, really good on these picks at finding ways to separate what Team Liquid want to do so they can't actually have the straight up front to back.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about the Soul fight is that FlyQuest was actually pushing top before the fight starts. Teal is forced to start the Dragon and then run away. So FlyQuest says, okay, now you're all on Dragon, now we can flank you from bot and from top side, and then the same thing happens again.
And I do want to look a little bit forward towards the next game as well, because these teams did play
see him
5
flexing
games
his
against each
bicep?
other already on the same sides, and they did make some ban tweaks from the previous series to this one. Team Liquid had Lilia permabanned their entire series until they first picked it. We'll see if they go back to that in the next game. But before we go, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
I'm going behind them long, okay? Could be interesting.
I'm not.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I'm behind them. It looks bad. It looks good. It looks good. Just hit front.
I don't have angle to go.
That's fine. That's fine.
Ezreal, go.
Yeah, I'm going on him.
Yeah.
He's dead. Ezreal's dead, okay? I'm going in hard.
Yeah.
Corky. Going next, more.
Go Nash.
Okay, I'm done. Go Nash.
Come mid, through mid though.
Yeah, we're going through mid. Nice job, guys.
Nice, good job. Let's dash it. This guy might E on me. It's fine, we're gonna have one. Nice one.
Nice one, God. Well played, guys. How about this game? 1-0-2. So that was OP.
You're good.
Holy quality, mate. Movie! Nice one.
Well played, Bwipo, in great spirits after that one. Really great to see how happy he is after that game, especially with how much he's been talking. And also, we're going to have Miss Chim Chim on stage during the break. Let's check that out.
Oh, look at this.
No shot.
No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching. Hey, man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad. Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I haven't had a Red Bull in a while. Are they gonna give me ads? I don't have Twitch Turbo. Oh, they are. You guys can watch ads with me.
Get who gets you. eHarmony.
Sauron has returned. The Region will fall, and Sauron with it. You can't kill me. Vault dwellers are an endangered species. If you insist on staying, you will have to adapt.
Right here, right now. We'll show you how.
Let's play Bob's Dare to Compare. I've got 4-piece bedrooms in the hottest styles, like my best-selling mid-century Betty, my farmhouse Calvin with chevron detailing, my trendy Tremont, and my stylish Solitude.
guys wanna see the
All with
chat?
multiple finishes and even upholstered options. That's 14 4-piece bedrooms
see
for
the
how
stream right
much?
here.
Spin that wheel. Just $7.99 each. When it comes to choice, Bob's always beats the competition. See how much you can save when you dare to compare. In store or at mybobs.com.
You're way shorter than I thought you'd be. There's a shirtless selfie of me by the dumbbells. Here I am. I do air drumming. I'm a competitive air drummer.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I forgot my wallet at home, so sugar mama.
Will you excuse me?
The Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Get 1.99% APR for 60 months on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
No, that commercial kind of pisses me off. Don't like it, dude, just let them know like right away.
I was born in
How
Iraq,
that guy thinks
the
he
city
still
of Baghdad,
has a
in
shot.
2004. I think that is just around the year where the war started.
No, a guy
I
should
was
do the
only a
same.
year
If you
old
don't like a
before we
chick,
left.
let her know right away instead of
All
like
my extended family,
waiting
my
forever.
parents, my uncles, my cousins, they all stayed in Iraq. You might have noticed that I wear this necklace when I'm on stage. It's a gift from my uncle who I'm very close with. It is a vintage Iraqi 10 filis, or 10 cents. It's an old currency used in Iraq. It just has 3 palm trees on it because date palms are native to Iraq. I wear it all the time. It's just like a reminder of my family that I've had in Iraq. It's a reminder of like the relationship I've had with them. It definitely has been some times where, especially during my first week of stage games, where I was very nervous, where I was like, my head was running like circles, my thoughts, and it would really help keep me grounded whenever I like remembered I had this necklace on.
Berserker under pressure, having a flash away, but Bucio's ready to follow. Masu makes sure he gets them both. Flash out of there, there's Heartbreaker from Maxi caught in his own. But Masu is hiding out. Masu is still alive.
Down, Halo being pushed back, and the Ember survives, and it's a triple, heading on over to Masu.
Whenever I think about the sacrifices my parents made, I feel like I have to push myself forward whenever I make a goal, no matter how like tired I would feel or no matter how much I feel like it was unachievable. Just because whenever I remember how much was sacrificed for me to even have the opportunity, it would feel like a slap in the face to half-ass my effort. My name is Fahad Abdul Malik. I'm the ADC for FlyQuest, and some people know me as Masu.
What's funny is, you know, coming of age as a player, I realized that I'd rather be second than fourth. So if I could choose right now, I'd rather play internationally than win a split. Because like, I just love playing competitive League of Legends. So getting the opportunity to keep playing is something that I care about so much. That said, it does suck to be second all the time. I do want to win, and I think that really I've grown so much from those finals where I kind of wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Even the last one I played in spring, I like went from having a very committed meta view to suddenly I'm playing Urgot and Gangplank. It's like all my comfort, and I think that's largely because of my anxiety. I think I've overcome that.
I'd love to hear from Beach Bwippo. Also, during the break, both fans received a Samsung 990 Pro SSD. Upgrade your storage to load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSD. FlyQuest took down TL in Game 1 by really just going in over and over again.
Full send.
Full send after farming. Farm,
Yes.
then full send.
First farm, then we send. I honestly wouldn't mind Team Liquid just doing the exact same bans, except Lilia ban, except
Yeah.
Seri. Just the exact same thing, run the whole thing back, but one change.
Oh, the Ashe change
Still a
is
change.
going to be what's coming in. It does make me curious to see if they either A, think Ashe was the problem, or B, want to first pick Lilia
Right,
for
still doing
Unki,
Fix Aurora.
and then potentially try some sort of swap to get him super far ahead.
And that's the other thing that Team Liquid could also be changing, even if they don't make a massive departure from their team comp at game 1, is just swapping. Just making the game a completely different pace, because it was very even throughout the laning phase.
That one fan that had the Unleash the Dog sign is going to be really happy about this one.
Actually banging the Lilia away, knowing that TL might go for it. Interesting.
But now the Nasus is open, so we'll see
Is open.
what.
The dogs are out.
Yeah, what quad is gonna end up playing into that?
I think he's going to play Garen.
No? You think he's gonna play it?
Ivern's open as well, so if they just go Garen Ivern here at some point,
yeah,
Probably gonna be playing Corki.
They're going Corki. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible. I mean, going up against FlyQuest, that was the first Nasus bans that were coming in the LCS. That is, like, it was pretty much quad, that is. I made that mistake. That quad that was going for the Nasus play in I'm assuming scrims, but for sure in solo queue. And so it's a takeaway, and I'm interested to see what APA can do with it.
Line peg is interesting. Going for the good laner, but still, I'm not really a fan of Jhin against Nasus.
I mean, possibly they're just trying to kite him out a little bit in team fights, and I'm also expecting then that Bwipo or Inspired are going to have to be able to do a lot of damage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough to break through a late game farmed up Nasus.
FlyQuest also needs some magic damage in this comp already, and they have Lilia taken out of the draft already. Rumble as well. I'm not sure where they will get their magic damage from in this draft. I don't think Inspire will play Syra or Brand.
Wait, what the fuck?
The Kalista Senna coming through, because the Senna early pick, FlyQuest did ban it on 4-5 last draft.
It looks similar.
This is a really interesting first few rotations from TL that sets up this kind of Kalista pick that they've liked to play around before with a pushing bot lane, and then APA on the Nasus.
Yeah, and I mean, already from Team Liquid's comp, you're kind of afraid of it. And there it is.
There's the AP damage.
Yep.
Brand comes through, so at least that solves that. But if you're Team Liquid, or at least you're FlyQuest. FlyQuest a little bit scared of the scaling on Team Liquid side. You got the shielding, healing from Team Liquid side, and a really beefed up Nasus. So I'm interested to see how we round out the comp from Team Liquid.
Yeah, well, we're definitely getting to see how deep in the sauce these two teams are against each other, because not only is this the 7th playoff game they've played against each other on the same patch, it's the 7th game they've been on the same side of each game. Team Liquid has picked blue every time they've had a choice, and FlyQuest has picked red every time they've had a choice.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how FlyQuest have used their red side picks in a lot of these drafts. Like last draft, we saw saving it for the Yone for quad. Previously, we saw in the last series, we saw them saving it for Bwipo, which is something they did previously before they swapped to kind of sometimes saving it for Busio with support. As we see both Maokai and Amumu taken off the table, two setups.
LCS special.
Yeah.
Sven, do you go support on 4 if you're FlyQuest here?
Yeah, I think you just pick Nautilus, Rel, or Leona, whichever one TL leaves open here. They can kind of choose for you at this point. I think Busio prefers the Leona over the Rel, which is why they banned it. I think at this point he'll be like, yep, I have to play Rel here. It's not an option. Could go Alistar, it's possible. They need to engage though, no matter what.
And I've been thinking about 5-pick a little bit just because the threat of a Nasus top lane.
He's not going to play this.
Mithy wouldn't be happy about this one. And Nuke Duck. Nuke Duck especially.
He had the one game, and then they were like, never again.
We're cutting that one. Cut the tape.
I agree with Sven. It's, going to be the Rel locked in.
Yeah. You choose what he picks.
Yeah, exactly.
You ban Rel and Leona, I pick Nautilus. You ban Nautilus and Leona, I'll pick Rel. It's very simple.
But now we get to
here
see.
we're going to have a Cassante, I'm guessing, from Impact.
I mean, I'm imagining that. We just want to see where the Nasus ends up going, because the fear is that the Nasus is just going to stack on you topside if you go Cassante. So
jungler, if it's picked. I wouldn't be surprised to see TL pick Skarner and Cassante, or like just 3 tanks, and then Senna. It's like, what do you want? Beefy front line, you heal them, and they stand in front of you. That's just a different Skarner.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Team Liquid, with the ability to have Black Cleaver on Senna if they wanted to, but more so the armor shred from Nasus' E, they're less concerned with being all physical damage.
Impact pulling a 2013 SKT pick.
I mean, he's hovering. That's not going to happen.
He's one of the best Jax players there is.
I like it.
There it is. We've locked in that one. And that's a lot of bursts coming in from FlyQuest. So if we're just talking about who they're going to be looking to assassinate, if it's a Senna, Kalista, or something, the Urgot latches onto them. That's a great comp from FlyQuest.
A very different TL than we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
No control mage, no range mid laner, 3 melee champions and a Senna.
But is it a 1-1 series or a 2-0 series after this game?
I like Team Liquid's comp, but if this brand gets out of control, he might just one-shot everyone.
We'll see. This is a big departure from what we've seen in previous games. Casters, let's get into game 2.
Thank you very much, Lounge. Welcome back, everybody. We got a lot of changes in the Game 2 draft compared to Game number 1. Not only is Team Liquid breaking out the Nasus mid, but we got FlyQuest with the Urgot top for Bwipo.
Team Liquid, they reduced their range in their composition by like 70% from game number 1 to game number 2 here. They are so all in on this short range clump. Now they're the ones with the double melee solo laners with the Sejuani synergy. So I want to see Team Liquid now. They're the ones with some early game options and try and push the tempo. Bottom lane with a Kalista Senna combo and then Sejuani combos up for the top side of the map. Should be a spicy one.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And something I've got to point out is the fact that not only is this a departure from the TL norm, it is a massive one. This is the first melee mid laner the APA has played the entire year.
The whole year?
Not played one.
Wowee.
Only plays those range style champions. They are always the team fight 5v5, scale it up, farm it up. This is a very different style here on Nasus, and there's a lot of CC and annoying champions over on the other side. There's of course the Rel CC. There's going to be a Rylai's brand that's slowing you down. There's going to be Urgot flipping you. There's all these things that are going to really make it difficult for Nasus to connect with the targets he wants to.
All right. Also, this man on your screen right now with Bwipo, for those of y'all who aren't familiar with Urgot, remember that 2 big power spikes for this guy, and we'll see how well FlyQuest play around them. Level 9, when your W, your Purge, becomes a toggle instead of a cooldown, and level 13, when your shotgun knees get down to the lowest possible CD for reloads. Big power spikes for this guy.
It's always fun watching the really good Urgots too, because they'll turn off their toggle real quick for the auto attack and then turn it back on.
Exactly. Lots of little things you can do, but right now Emily is standing by for an interview with Coach Spawn.
Hello, I am here with TL Coach Spawn. So first of all, coming out of game 1, what do you think you guys need to improve on for game 2?
They just fought really well that game, to be honest. I think they were in a pretty good spot before the third dragon up 1,000 gold, and then they just wrapped us and fought really well. But they've played on the game, on the stage 3 times. That was our first time, so just getting used to the setup, getting used to the crowd, and I'm sure we'll play this game a little bit better.
And then really fun draft coming out for game 2, especially with the Nasus, Kalista, and Senna first pick. So in terms of executing on this draft, what would you like to see from the TL team?
I would like us to group as a ball and hit champions closest to us.
Sounds like a good plan. Thank you so much. It's always great to talk to you, Spawn. Back to you, casters.
All right, when you're a short-range comp, grouping up as a ball and hitting whoever's close to you sounds like the recipe to success to me.
You know what Brand loves? Also, short-range clumps of enemy champions, so he can just bounce and destroy them all. So we'll see. Inspired was just so good in the first game with his Lilia pick. Bottom lane, though.
Immediately turning into a 2v2 scrap down here, as Busio and Masu trying to fire back against the early oppressive power that we know Kalista to be.
I mean, this is going to be a really interesting game because Brand obviously is a nightmare for all these melee champions, but at the same time, Senna, if you get to a certain level, you can have so much sustain, can really give that staying power for those melee champions to be able to survive the initial burst to get in the back line. He's down here towards bot. He's going to try to sneak into this brush, and we'll see if he can make a play happen early.
Can they bait Busio?
Yeah. That's what they're waiting for. Wave's moving a little bit too far forward now, so Umpty's not really going to have a chance to make a whole lot happen. He'll move back into the river instead. Might be, no, just waiting on the Scuttle Crab.
And he did drop 2 camps to do this, where Inspired is just power farming here, and he's going to be spotted by this ward, I think, over by mid lane. Wasn't actually noticed because it was over the wall, so didn't have line of sight.
Okay, Quad in some danger here as Umpty's coming up. Goes right in after him there with the Arctic Assault. One more hit for the stun. Ladies and gentlemen, Quad is done. First blood to the big dog in the mid lane.
Plus 12, stack them up. APA starting early. He hasn't played a lot of melee champs, but he has played some stacking champions. And if you get the Nasus ahead early, we have seen what Jensen was able to do with it and really just take hold of the victory in his Nasus game for Dignitas. So we'll see if APA can do the same.
And early kills are so big at accelerating the Nasus. I played a lot of this champion. The hardest part is always getting through those early levels. If you can get gifted a first blood like that, you get your items accelerated, you get your gold accelerated, you get more CDR, you're stacking faster, you're not getting pushed out, you're not getting bullied. It really changes the entire game. And a Sheen first buy is massive.
Yeah, and so he can go right up the river. This is because Umpty went through bottom lane. So this ward that sees the ramp from Raptors doesn't do anything for Quad. And Umpty's able to follow the Valkyrie very easily, stacking up no problem.
Boom. Just like that. I mean, APA, first game here on a that guy's loving it. First game on a Melee champion this year and off to an incredibly good start. But he has been so impactful for TL, dominating the All-Pro votes here in summer in 2024. In spring, obviously, he was getting no votes at all last year. And this is just talking about the rapid acceleration, how good this guy has gotten, how fast he has gotten there. No votes at all to being first team All-Pro this split is just insane.
Meteoric. Team Liquid in spring this year, not that long ago, were kind of middle of the pack, and it wasn't until playoffs that they really took off. But they've got the lane swap coming now.
Yeah, Impact jumps in after Bwipo here, but Bwipo is immediately just going to back away from this. Jan and Core JJ coming up now to swap into the top lane like you're talking about. We see teams often like to do this before that first spawn of grubs happening 45 seconds from now.
And this one is pretty early, and that minion wave did not have a cannon, so a lot of those minions do die bottom, but Umpty's still sticking around on top side. They'll now see...
Oh, counterattack from FlyQuest as Boostio and Inspired just dismantle whatever Team Liquid had planned.
Yeah, TL made that one a little bit too obvious. Inspired reads the play, gets up there to the top side, and is able to make a big difference here, helping them to get that first kill. Unfortunately, it did go to Boostio that last hit, as APA is going to be a little bit careful. Is running low on mana, and that's sometimes the struggle for Nasus a lot more than the sustain, because you have so much sustain from your passive. As long as you have mana, you really can stay out there for quite a long time.
And that is the second play that costs Umpty a lot. Now, even though the mid lane gank was successful, it still put Umpty behind on the Sejuani because Inspired was full clearing on the Brand. And that power clear is going to be the same situation we had in game number 1, where it's AP clear versus a tank jungle. So the Brand is being set up as Impact is trying to do his own setup on Bwipo.
I mean, just look at the experience bars. Below their levels, you can see that pink bar. That is their current experience. Inspired is closer to 6 than Umpty is to 5, right? So he is very far ahead, and Brand really can be a difference maker against this sort of composition.
And it only gets worse. And I think Sven did a very good job pointing out, if the Brand is fed, that is the worst of problems for this Team Liquid comp. So definitely will be something that they'll have to combat and kind of deal with as we get towards the mid stages of the game. They still are able to get all 3 grubs here, though, and as long as Jan is able to just walk away, they won't pay any further price.
And I mean, it's all about Riley's injuries. That's really what you want to see here, I think, for the Brand. When you're playing as all these melee champions, the slow, the burn is so annoying to actually deal with here. And getting a great start here again. Inspired, back on these AP power farmers in finals. It is a departure from what we've been seeing from him throughout playoffs. So it's interesting to see that that prep really has changed when they think specifically about how do we take down TL.
And he's just such a versatile jungler. Inspired, spams the Ivern. He also spams the full clear. Also put plenty of games in onto tanks. He's just very versatile. And we even, if you look at his solo queue, he doesn't even play jungle champs in solo queue. He plays a bunch of mid lane and bottom lane as well. So very, very versatile as far as understanding multiple types of roles and how to play them at different stages of the game.
Meatballs, Discord kittens, CEO carries. The man can play anything in the jungle that the team needs him to play as Impact jumps in after Bwipo. Nice sidestep there on the disdain. Impact continuing after the Urgot. Another leap strike, flashing forward for the Empower. Impact showing everybody again why he's number 1. That's your world champion Jack skin right there. He's got one. Never plays it, but still is able to get the solo kills.
Top die again here for Impact. And that is massive. When you fall behind a champion like Jax that hard scales as a split pusher, it is really tough to stay relevant here. And Impact just played that out beautifully, letting the Counter-Strike just land the entire time there to avoid as many auto attacks as possible. Sidesteps the disdain for the flip back. Whippo knows from there you're screwed and you're just trying to get out.
Yeah, that's the second time the observers have shown us Impact sidestepping the attempts there from Whippo, and this time around Impact is able to follow through. He knows he has lethal on the chase, flash for flash, and Team Liquid now, CoreJJ linking up with Umpty to secure the vision for APA in this mid lane, who after getting that first blood has kept up with the stacking, of course, rushing into cooldown reduction from both boots as well as the Sheen here to really get max stacks as quickly as possible.
Yep, absolutely. He's going to be feeling really good about that spot. And honestly, when NASA starts hitting 200-300 stacks, you have to start getting really scared just about the trades with a Sheen proc and a Q. We saw earlier in the game, Quad was just auto-attacking him. There's not really any recourse for APA. It's just about farming. But you start hitting about 5 more minutes into the game, Quad starts having to be a little bit scared. You can start just walking forward, forcing out the Valkyrie, and making his game a lot more difficult to play because that's a long cooldown and it costs a lot of mana.
All right, Team Liquid gonna go ahead, claim themselves that first Drake. They got all 3 grubs uncontested in this game as well. They're up a single kill, so pretty much by all metrics, Team Liquid is ahead. A little bit of saving grace that we've already talked about for FlyQuest is inspired on the brand being off to a good start personally. But when Impact's making plays like this, the side lane threat is imminent.
And again, a second sidestep on that charge forward as Whippo has eaten someone.
Yeah, I don't think that dog's coming back. He went to a farm down the road. He is gone.
Yeah, well, Whippo may be in trouble as well.
Yeah, now Whippo's going to pay the price. Team Liquid ready to get revenge for their mid laner before he's even back on the Rift. Makes that an even trade.
You know what? Fair. If someone killed my dog, I'd do the same thing.
They John Wicked him. They John Wicked Whippo for taking out APA. Sorry, Chad, it was not supposed to get that dark. But anyway, we got Umpty looking for Quad now here in the mid lane. APA with a teleport back in. Maybe a stun there onto Quad, but Inspired shows up in time to keep everybody nice and safe.
Important to look at the aftermath here, and good job again by observers here, showing Impact continuing to mine gold because Whippo, after getting that kill and rotating up to the top side, he has no teleport. So this tower just dies. All he can do is cry as he tries to crawl back to lane, all the minions dying. Here's a look at the replay, though. You saw that.
Yeah, that was just anti-timing there. APA walked out, saw the full vision of that side brush, then walked back, and right at that split second, without knowing, they walked in. So he didn't see anyone walking into that brush, ends up getting him caught out. But Impact is monstrously ahead. He's about to take this first tower here, wants to deny even more CS before he does it. You're about to see that gold lead explode in the top lane. 1.7K, 11 minutes in here for the Jax. He's gotten 2 kills, and he is going to be off to the races. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the full Triforce. He definitely does on base.
MVP of the league, biggest gold lead in the entire game on Jax right now with some Void Grub power, might I add. This is going to be all 6 when Umpty completes this one. So you have a split pushing Jax who is already ahead in the hands of Impact.
And Nasus as well. I mean, you're going to have 2 people 1-3-1 very likely, with this composition. They both have really good pairings with Sejuani because you're playing the double melee solo laner, and then you try to take a 2v2. Well, guess what? Senna's going to ult cross map and make that even more difficult. So TL is really set up to play the map very, very well. It is a different style playing it on a melee split pusher than it is on the Corkis and the Tristanas and the Ziggs and everything that we normally see APA do. But still, that's TL bread and butter. They're so good at playing the map.
Wave crashing into mid lane with nobody ready to catch it here just yet. So a few of those minions are going to be eaten up by the turret, but Yon will move into position to pick up the rest. You can see slight gold leads, couple hundred there for Yon and CoreJJ over their counterparts on FlyQuest. The gold lead in mid lane does belong to Quad, being the range champion against the Nasus. That is the expectation. Inspired, still ahead in the jungle, but not to the degree that he was in game 1.
And Impact did go for the steel caps because he's going to be split pushing versus an Urgot and versus a Corki. But that does mean Inspired is really set up to be the one to carry this game against the short range that Team Liquid are playing, against the steel caps there, specifically on Impact. And he is being patient with this.
Very patient. I mean, this is a long investment here. Impact sussed it out.
Yeah, Impact taking a lot of damage, though. Burning. Inspired slows him down with a smite. Impact, again, just needing to create enough distance, and he will survive.
You could tell Impact had an inkling that something was there, but obviously, underestimating how much damage because they invaded up into the enemy jungle. There was no one on those camps. They're getting all these wards down. He says, okay, I'm going to check the side lane brush.
Brand has 0 kills, and that's how much damage he's doing.
Importantly, that's Inspired's ultimate, committed to not get a kill.
Seriously, Brand is the most broken champion at the moment, besides Lilio.
have to sacrifice the pressure on top lane there. Blippo cannot step up to the minion wave with this Nasus. The Wither is just so scary as a chase down tool, and so this means APA does continue to farm very freely up here in this long extended lane where the tower is gone. There is no safety for the side of FlyQuest.
It's also worth noting that generally, you know, Nasus, the standard build is you go 3 points E and then you start maxing Q. He only actually had to go 2 because he got that first blood invested. He's putting already more points into Wither, already has 2 points into the Wither, plus the 5 points on the Q there. So he is stacking up incredibly fast. He's already at about 300 stacks here 14 minutes in. If he really wants to focus on it, this could be one of those games where it gets to that point where he walks up, presses R, presses Q, and you die.
Okay, we've got Inspired still with no ulti and Rift Herald on the map, so Team Liquid just sees an easy green light to go after this objective, secure that for themselves. That's going to mean 100% of neutral objectives thus far have gone the way of TL in game number 2, and right as that Herald falls, our next neutral objective spawns with the second Drake showing up as APA has to deal with Busio and Bwipo together. They drop the Ignite. If they get him below the threshold, they can go for the execution with Fear Beyond Death. APA wants to stand and fight it a little bit longer. He's going to be way too low. Into the grinder he goes, and Bwipo gets another.
Good job attacking a side lane here from FlyQuest. Busio down the lane, and they get the kill. They put a stop to the Nasus stacking. It's still going to be difficult dealing with the pressure, though. Quad's going to have to get back down bottom side because Impact can destroy turrets as well on the other half of the map, and the Dragon will arrive.
And it is a pretty expensive kill because it's the flash, it's the ignite, it's the ultimate off Busio, it's the ultimate off Bwipo, so they spent a lot to get him. And on the other side, Impact is taking away that tower, but look at top lane, Bwipo's in trouble.
Yeah, you've got Umpty going after the Urgot. Now, Sejuani on her own is not that much of a threat against a champion like this, but APA is coming in for backup. Bwipo wants to try to get away from it, and APA plus 12s him. Quad trying to strike back, but he's stunned up, gunned down. APA's just barking at him.
And they get the flash out of Quad. He tried to flash to finish the kill on the Sejuani and can't even get that.
It's the big dog from APA, gets the double kill, gets to stack them both as well, as Quad tried to come in and bail him out, but that was all set up by played it out so well, bought so much time, never gave Bwipo away to actually exit from that fight, forced him to commit to it, and then survives, gets the double kill for his mid laner. Triforce was already done, and now he's going to be slingshot even further forward.
All right, in the meantime, it was the Drake claimed by FlyQuest, but now Inspired's got to try to get away from Impact. Busio in the middle of everybody, but Bwipo's made his TP entrance on the flank. Lots of damage back into Busio, and Yon's going to grab the first kill as it's traded back for Impact, and Bwipo continues chasing. Disdain forward, but CoreJJ and Yon are both still trying to kite it out. Umpty on the front line blocking some of the shots. Yon down to 250 HP. The piercing darkness looking to take him low. Umpty gets the kill back on Bwipo. He's still running away, but surely he must fall. Yon and Core continuing to think about a fight. Inspired is almost out of mana, and Core and Yon are still looking, but they got to be careful. Deadly Flourish roots Yon, and Masu and Inspired are dancing with death. Yon's not going to find the kill there. Masu goes in for the execution.
APA's coming.
Get it. Yon still trying to kite it out. A root onto Inspired. A spear into his heart. Quad and APA not getting into the fight just yet. It's an absolute battle.
Yon and CoreJJ playing that fight on the knife's edge, avoiding every single skill shot, it felt like, from Inspired, utilizing those heals from the Senna, utilizing their range to the maximum, and also follow Impact early on in this fight. You thought he was just going to go down immediately. Watch, he steps behind Yon, makes him tank it, leap strikes back in, gets the kill, and forces so many tools to be used out on him.
Then with the Callista ultimate, they get the peel for the rest of the members. Umpty comes over the top, and they actually get a retreat kill onto Bwipo. Senna ultimate isn't going to save Umpty, but at key moment there, Inspired flashes forward. And so now Yon and CoreJJ know they both have flash advantage. And so they're just buying time for APA on the Nasus. If you watch the mini-map, he came down from the other side, forced the extra kill, and they used their flash advantages.
Back.
So well played.
Back alive. Hold on 1 second. Umpty sliding in. Lands the Glacial Prison on Inspire, but now Team Liquid's got to be careful because FlyQuest is wanting to make the collapse.
Yay.
Reinforcements about to arrive. Inspired locked down. APA's going to be killed first. Inspired has the damage there, but Impact's looking to mop one back up on the other side. FlyQuest have lost 3 for the one of Team Liquid. Impact finally drops, making a 3 for 2. The curtain call opens, but the bullets aren't strong enough. Masu now needs to retreat as Umpty jumps
forward, but he pays for it with his life. Quad and Masu still trying to fight, but Yon takes out one. He's about to get the other. The AD carry for Team Liquid stands tall.
It's Yon and CoreJJ against the world, and they love those odds. The bot lane for TL is popping off in game 2.
Let's take a look at how it all started out. After the tower went down, Umpty with the sliding Sejuani ult onto Inspired, but it is FlyQuest who flank with Whippo and actually attack the back line. Then they dump all damage into APA to actually kill out the front line. It's just Impact's teleport that allows them to actually finish off that kill.
Exactly. APA can't get a lot done, but there's so many tools spent on him. The Impact gets into the back line, and again, Yon and Core, this is so indicative of what they talked about last split, how they are going to fight you at every turn. They're going to believe their mechanics. If they think it's the right play, they're going for it.
And Umpty is always the willing sacrifice. He is a role player. He knows his job. The Sejuani goes in knowing he's within kill threat just to ensure the other 2 kills for his bottom lane.
Oh yeah, he's loving it.
Hey, they are popping off.
TL fans loving what they're seeing in game number 2. Game number 1 was tough for them, but they're striking back.
And both of these teams are headlined by these 80 carries who have been so incredible for them.
League of Legends fans are turning into NFL fans.
2024. Both of them have really grown into a role where they are primary carries, where they can be trusted by these teams, surrounded by veterans. They're saying, no, give Yon the ball. He knows what to do with it.
Yon on his Kalista, 0 deaths this game. He came very close to dying, but flashed away multiple times, able to come out on top. And now Team Liquid, they actually have a lot of burn threats.
That one got me. I don't know.
They have a lot of objective threats on the neutral objectives, as well as having Impact and APA as very competent split pushers. But APA actually here might have his flash tested. He's at least having the vision tested. That control ward doing a lot of work there in the tri-brush. And FlyQuest this time around, not full sending through the extra vision.
Yeah, APA does have that Frozen Heart, which is great against AD carries. You need the mana, you need the CDR. Is a really effective item, but I think he definitely needs some MR to deal with this brand as well, because the brand is going to be focusing him in so many of these fights. You have to go forward on the Nasus. And it can be really difficult to do so. You can see, though, Inspired doesn't actually have the luxury of going for the Rylai's. He did pick up healing debuff. He's going towards that Void Staff to preempt that, as they are starting up this Baron here.
Yeah, Baron has already been begun by Team Liquid, as Busio and Inspired are going to come around to check this one. Inspired now having Quad next to him as well. Looking to put some damage here to APA. CoreJJ, not quite the best Senna ulti there, but just wanted to make sure that he kept his team protected, as Team Liquid's going to be forced off of the Baron. Whippo looking for a pincer angle here, but FlyQuest realizes this is not the angle, this is not the play. They back off, they're still 5,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, TL's not going to commit to that, I think, with the brand in their face. They can just go down and start doing this dragon. They could even set APA to just solo that up. So TL is sending some members still to stay around here to make sure that there's no sort of counter Baron play here, as Umpty, Yon, Impact all staying there. Nasus solos the dragon. They're going to be able to win out from this position. And they want to make sure they're just not giving up any objective bounties. FlyQuest has not been able to get any objectives yet this game. No towers, nothing, but those objective bounties have spawned, so it makes it even more important to defend them.
And they know that FlyQuest is probably resetting now after that standoff, so they want to tempt them, want to test them once again, starting up that Baron. But as soon as they see FlyQuest still around, they're going to back away as APA secures the Drake.
And they wanted to force as many resources from FlyQuest continually back to the top of the map, because their bot lane was pushing, plus they have Nasus on the dragon.
That's the best dragon to get in the
to
game
give
right
up
now.
a little bit more
Hex
each
tech.
time, keep checking. They're not going to full send on this Baron. They're
You can
just
get Hex
trying to
tech
force
solos
FlyQuest
over.
to constantly have to send more resources over. Now with the Rage Blade Kalista.
Hold on, but bottom lane, APA and Whippo. Whippo doesn't win those. APA up to 4 kills now on the Nasus. There's no way FlyQuest wins this shortly as they try to approach the Baron down to 5K. Busio looking for a shattering strike, but he will not find it. FlyQuest still trying to poke. Team Liquid still trying to regroup while APA split pushes down to the bottom lane. Yon pulls Core away to safety. The Baron still at 4,000. APA just chopping at the tier 3 inhibitor turret. Monster gonna take a ton of damage. He barely gets away, barely survives. Inspired's killed first. Impact gets him. Humpty needs a little bit more damage to take out Masu. Quad goes back over the wall. FlyQuest goes back to the fountain. Quad will join the rest.
They can TP for the
Team
end.
Liquid are ready to end game 2. Whipple's back alive. APA is unafraid. Impact ready for the teleport. APA back in the ulti. Whipple back to a black and white screen. They still have the Void Mites. APA resets the tower aggro. Team Liquid going for the end of the game. Only Boostio alive, but there is no minion wave. Team Liquid still trying to end, but the timers don't favor them. They're going to take the Hex game. The game goes on.
So
No minions, and Inspired is coming back up. The brand could destroy them all, so they have to give up the chase there. But TL, the power of Nasus, bonk, bonk, bonk. They send Whipple back to the fountain twice in a row and almost take the whole base.
And I think it was such a smart call from APA to not actually TP to the play. I think that was critical because there's no flash, no ultimate. You're going to get nothing done in that fight. So all TL had to do was make sure that FlyQuest could not base. So that's why they're staying around the Baron. They're keeping it low. They won't let it leash. They're holding their attention there, buying time for APA, who was almost able to end the game.
And the flank from Impact was beautiful. TL were able to get not only the split push, not only keep FlyQuest by Baron, but they also then won the fight with the flank onto the back line. Beautiful stuff from TL to strike back in game number 2 here after FlyQuest so handily took game number 1. TL looked like they're going to do the same.
Baron's still alive. Team Liquid going after it. You can see Core JJ just running interference in case anybody from FlyQuest tries to step up. Impact waiting over the wall in the brush near the Krugs. Completely out of sight, but ready for a flank angle. He is on a ward now, so FlyQuest is going to find him out of position. Hex Flash from Boostio goes for Shattering Strike on Impact, but it ain't going to work. APA in a 1v2 down to the bottom lane at the same time. The team is securing the Baron. Whippo is about to die. APA needs a little bit more damage, but he can't find it just yet. Instead, he's going to take quad. You cannot deal with APA. A double kill for the Team Liquid mid laner. Seals the fate of this second game. Inspired gets a kill on Umpty as FlyQuest holds the line back in mid. Boostio still in the front, eating a lot of spears, about to die, but he barely escapes with a crash down shield. APA rebuffing the bottom lane. Impact still in the enemy base. Boostio still trying to escape. They can lock Impact up, but they can't gun him down. Boostio still burning. Team Liquid still pushing. FlyQuest is learning that this is gonna be a bloody one yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all tied up.
FlyQuest may have taken game number 1, but APA proving TL are still top dog in NA.
And both teams, all business, immediately heading off stage, ready for game 3, ready to talk about the adaptations. APA in the side lane was a monster. Him and Impact, they didn't have answers for them both. You can't be everywhere, and TL took full advantage of it.
The TL melee carries were doing some heavy lifting. Let's toss it over to the lounge to break it down.
Still got it.
Coach Spawn said he
Galaxy
really wanted them to group and run at them. This composition was so much fun, actually, ending especially in that topside kill. The Nasus 1v2, amazing.
And there were so many times where Team Liquid just decided to throw down. Like both teams opted in to risky 2v2s. Neither team wanted to back away, and time again, this game, Team Liquid basically won all the skirmishes.
I love when I see two teams like this just fist fighting and both not hesitating to go for it. And I love that 2v2 between the bottom of TL versus Masu and Inspired. It was nice to see everyone flashing back and forward, skill shots on the edge of the knife. Love to see it.
Yeah, the mid game went crazy, but at some point, and it felt like it started in the top lane when the double kill came through from Nasus, he really took over.
This part was tragic. Quad hadn't skilled W. That's why he moved forward for the creep and why he was late with that early Valkyrie. Definitely started off the dog with the first kill.
Credit to the team at the back for that animation, and this guy who's animated as well, just as animated as the team playing the game. That being said, it's actually crazy.
FlyQuest was so pinched here. They had nothing to do here. They will either lose their whole base to APA's Nasus, or they will lose the Baron and their base. So they just lost the whole game in the sequence here where APA solo kills Whippo, pushes bot, has TP for Baron fight. His team is just holding them there. Baron's alive the whole time, low HP. FlyQuest can't choose base or Baron, lost both.
But that was the story of the game, because at least early on, the kill that both Brand and honestly, it was actually Whippo that ended up roaming topside to get the kill on towards Nasus. I thought the Nasus was going to be contained and it was going to be a little difficult early on for him, but he gets that double kill like I mentioned, and then on side lanes, they cannot hold them. It really felt like it was tough for them to be able to handle him, and so that was the kill that happened on Whippo later on in the game, and then they sent 2 at him, and they could not take him.
I feel like that's where Impact comes in,
Well, that
right?
mosquito
Because
bites?
his
It has
Jax
to be.
in side lanes was getting kills.
That's the first
as
time I've
we
seen
see,
someone
he's
use
had
band-aids
an absolutely
on their forehead
incredible
for mosquito
split.
bites.
As we see us going through some of the accolades, he earned just this split. But in this game, he actually, and I know players always hate when I use this, was a bridge for them from the early game. Sven is already laughing at me.
No, I agree. I agree
on the
completely.
Jax. And then the Nasus came online afterwards, even with that early first kill.
And I think the Whippo versus Impact matchup took a different step in this game for sure. Because I thought Whippo was trying to do too much.
Yes,
He was face first in a lot of these team fights. And I even feel like Inspired was pressing a little bit. It wasn't the type of game we saw in Lilia where he was full clearing and then making things happen with his items. He was waiting 15, 20 seconds in brush because I feel like the team might have been feeling a higher level of stress. So really interesting game 2 here.
It could be because FlyQuest was losing all 2 lanes this game. They were losing bottom naturally. They were losing the middle after that one game
Impact
happened.
gets like
And
this,
top lane was Impact
there's
was
a
playing
higher
so well.
chance
So
that,
perhaps Inspired felt like he had to make something
they're
happen, or they
gonna
would lose too
3-1.
hard in the early game.
Also, shout out to Jan. 605 in front of hometown crowd. Remember, Jan is from Los Angeles. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Jan doesn't broadcast that much either, but congratulations for winning his first finals game here in front of the hometown Los Angeles. I think that's it from here. We're going to be headed for a break before Game 3. In case you missed it, here's the official trailer for Season 2 of Arcane.
Hell yeah.
Season 2? I damn I get ads right now. Yep. Am I muted? What do you guys think? Put it at 10%. I would get Twitch Turbo, but I don't really watch streams that anymore. I'm streaming most of the time. Maybe I will when I can afford.
Your team. What's your code name again?
The boys.
Who came up with that?
Right here, right now. We'll show you how.
We all have passions that drive us. Since 1934, Fram's driving passion has been focused on protecting your vehicle. So find your passion and we'll make sure you get there. Fram, for your road ahead.
Sigue en VIX la Liga MX. Los equipos más queridos se lo juegan todo en la cancha. En vivo, cada semana. Siente los colores con la Liga MX. En VIX.
Got pinned. They mute everything. Alright, back. Can you guys hear me? How about now? Better? Low? You know what? I'll just lower it. Alright, what about now?
Here, he actually does lock the takeaway, does take the Corki.
It is interesting because Tristana's gone down so low in priority, and normally you would say, okay, well, this is a Zeri angle here, but APA actually has not played Zeri at all. That is one of the picks that he doesn't really go towards, so it does get more difficult now, you know, as far as the AD carries that are popular in mid, and I wonder if this would push him towards a control mage instead.
Let's see here. What's FlyQuest going to lock in alongside our Corki and Renekton solo laners? It is a Zyra jungle. The Lilia got the dub.
Switch sides.
The brand fell short because Team Liquid was so far ahead with their melee carries. Inspired now for the third game in a row, going to be playing one of these AP carry power clear junglers.
And I think that he should, and FlyQuest should stick with this style for
why
him.
Why did they
he
ban
is
Nessus?
manufacturing these large leads
Whatever.
and
I
having
won't
a big
question
impact.
it.
It's just that in the last game, the solo lanes got out
They're
of
so
control.
afraid that the
Have to give a
enemy
lot of
team's
credit
gonna
to
pick
Umti in
it,
that
so
one, too,
they
though.
just
He was
ban
everywhere
their
setting up these
the one
plays,
champion that
finding
they win
angles.
with.
He got the first blood really for APA by
And
setting up that game, by
both
ramping
sides
around
did
vision,
that.
and was able to be a difference maker in so many of those plays. He quietly is really the role player for TL. You know, as you said last game, he's the one often throwing his body in there, gives his life for the
Also
god,
took
you know,
off his
sets up
contacts.
his carries to really take over the game.
And I feel like this is one thing that a lot of Umpty supporters, a lot of Umpty fans were saying when Umpty got third team All-Pro when the rest of the squad got first is, yeah, well, he was never playing the AP carries. He was never being the guy who's in the spotlight, but he's such a damn good facilitator.
Meanwhile, Sven said it as well, you know, you're not going to ban out all of the engaged supports from Core JJ, so they take away the Leona. I expect the Nautilus, also such a good pairing and really good in the hands of Core JJ, but also then you're left with Rel, so there's too many of them to take them all away. I wonder though, because TL actually didn't ban out Braum, they banned out the Tristana instead, more worried about the Tristana than any sort of bot lane kind of counter to the melee.
The Poppy ban is very interesting as well from TL. You know, obviously concerned about a potential Poppy support there from Busio because jungle is locked, top is locked, so they are worried about that potential lock in here. Can be
I wish I could
disruptive
broadcast
to
the
some of these
NFL
champions like
matches.
Tristana.
FlyQuest
provide
just dropping a
commentary
ban
for
that
the
helps
NFL
everybody
matches
in the
while they
audience
happen.
here today as we don't get another
But,
episode of Renekton
unfortunately,
versus Cassante
Twitch
in the
doesn't have
top
that
lane.
kind of
Do you like
point.
Warren better?
The Rel locked in
Maybe
for
I can
Team
do it
Liquid
when,
for some engaged purposes as
the NFL
FlyQuest
has
is going to mix it
their
up a bit.
matches
Lock
posted
in
on
Seraphine
Thursday.
bottom.
All right, Seraphine, I'm expecting it farming
Yeah, I
here
can do
in the
that, dude.
hands of Masu. And this brings you so much AoE CC for your team fights. Really does help combat
I don't want
the
to get hit by
Ivern
the
playstyle
TOS
here
hammer.
that Team Liquid showed early on.
Yeah, this is so interesting because this is going to be a farming Seraphine here for Masu, so they're going to pair it there with the Alistar, right? And, you know, will be a lot more power. I'm curious to see if he's going to go a bit of a damage build or if it is going to be full support items.
Well, I mean, even if he does go support items, you already have big cannons of both damage types because of the Corki, because of the Zyra in the jungle. So I'm also equally interested in how they're going to pilot that Seraphine in the middle of these fights. Even more so, I want to know what Team Liquid locks in. It's an old Impact classic, the Gangplank in top lane.
Impact has his counters as well, and guess what? That also counters bot line.
I've actually never seen this GP play, so
his goal here versus the Renekton is just not to get waves built up and dove. I think Impact here really
LCS.
throws down a big R5 pick, because then they've got team fight scaling with Ivern.
This is the most LCS I've
Gangplank
seen.
scaling as well, and he has the ability to get out of that
Early
CC,
years of
even if a Seraphine ultimate comes bouncing over the top.
And this is going to be the 50th Gangplank game of his career. It is one of his top 5 most
at one
played.
point, there was
and
a
he has
time
nearly
when I
a
tried to catch every
70% win
LCS
rate
match.
on the Gangplank. He was known, in these tank eras for using this as his counter pick into tanks. He can play it really, really well. He plays the map so well. And
weird.
you talked about it, Kobe. He can set up core for these engages.
What's the
play those
point of
cross-map
watching
plays.
all these
That's
matches?
going to be a tough one to deal with.
I'm not going to become a pro
Really
myself.
liking the Team Liquid draft this time. This side just feels so comfortable to me. APA has been spamming Tristana ever since the meta started with Corki Tristana.
Yeah.
He has been all Corki Tristana and just kept on spamming it. Now with an Ivern, they get their double AD carries, as well as having plenty of other options for engage, especially that bottom lane. CoreJJ and Jan here going to try and start those fights out. Let's see if FlyQuest can actually take this one. They've gone back to their Renekton first picking ways. Will the Seraphine be enough to buff it up on those front lines?
It's an even series so far. Whoever wins here, man, they're on match point. They'd be one game away from holding that LCS trophy high. Let's see who brings the heat in game number 3.
All right, already sending multiple people top here to try and look around for possible lane swap scenarios. They're backing up Impact in his aggressive look. Gangplank level 1 is extremely strong because of the Trial by Fire passive that he does have, so.
Lots of true damage there, but no fights just yet. Team Liquid still continues to take over the jungle. Emily's standing by with Nuke Duck. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello, I am here with FlyQuest. Nuke Duck, what was your primary advice to the guys after the loss going into this game 3?
The primary advice, I mean, we kind of just fucked up the last game like individually, so it's like no point to like talk too much about that. We just decided what to go into the next game. I had like 3 kind of like plans prepped, and then I like talked to them what they feel most comfortable with and stuff like that. Yeah.
And then going into this game, what would you like to see from them, especially with like Whippo back on the Renekton and then this Seraphine bot lane?
Yeah, this time around I just hope we don't get ran around the map at the first 5 minutes. That's the main thing here. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time. All the best. I'll let you get back so you can watch the guys, and we will send it back to the casters.
Yeah, and there's already a lot to talk about. I mean, Whippo, I think maybe they thought there was some sort of lane swap going on or something, but he was level 1 down towards bot, has to use the TP at level 1 just to go up towards top lane to answer.
Yeah, his worst fears actually did come true there. They did get run around the map. It's because TL, when they had that push-up, Jan actually was spotted. And so FlyQuest started thinking about the lane swap and trying to get ahead of it. And so Whippo walked all the way down to the other side and it ended up using his teleport.
Oh, but now he's trying to put the pressure on Impact. Impact turns it right back around. Meanwhile, down in bottom lane, FlyQuest going to look for some shots of their own. As Jan flashes, but he's still stuck in the room.
Oh, the side step
to the other side of the high note, but Inspired still buries them. 2.5 minutes into the game, and they're already off to the races.
Actually, well played by both sides. Inspired with the prediction, and then the walk back from Jan, but it's into range, and now you have a huge wave crashing.
Yeah, that is
They
massive.
never show Jan
We have to talk
on
about the
camera.
fallout of top lane. That is not just a solo kill at the beginning of the game. He TP'd to go there and then got solo killed. That is horrible for Whippo. He's going to be down so much gold, so much experience. You have to think after that play.
Rare
Started as
young
Nuke Duck was
face
fearing
cam.
with getting run around in the first couple of minutes on this map. He said the last game, they just messed up. And so not much to talk about, but TL already giving them stuff to talk about.
And I mean, thankfully for them, Inspired did make a good play down on the bot side. This is a guy who has had such a storied career across Europe, across NA. He's won MVPs in both. He's won titles in both. He's been able to go deep in some of these international events. He's an MSI semi-finalist. So has really had a lot of success and is able to go for a pretty
oh no, Yawn. He doesn't have anything left to try to defend from this one. Surely Busio and Masu have enough to take him out. Beautiful protection from Core JJ, escorting Yawn to safety. Flashing back over the wall, denying FlyQuest.
Yeah, Busio tried to flash over the Shattering Strike there from Core, but he got caught by the very back of it. He didn't quite create enough distance to stick onto Yawn. So trades his flash, Core gets the peel, has to spend his own flash as well.
Both junglers up here in the top lane now as Impact and Whippo continue trades. Two separate 1v1s. As Umpty has to back away. Ivern does not win these fights against the Zyra. Inspired chasing after him. May look to lock him up a little bit further here. Busio also making his way up towards the top half of the map as the supports roam around in their recall timers.
Meanwhile, Core JJ's just come back from base as well. Now he's looking to back up Umpty. Channel stop there though. Inspired's able to make him think twice about it. Always put up your brush first, then he gets his channel, able to secure it with the support of Core JJ.
But you can see FlyQuest had to give up the fight for the River and the Crab because Quad was so low, no health, no mana, no chance to participate in that fight. Team Liquid walking away with the edge.
Critically, Impact didn't actually get a good buy after that first blood. He hadn't killed enough minions to buy a Sheen. That is the absolutely doomed situation you can find yourselves in sometimes, is when Impact can get that Sheen first buy. Instead, did not have the gold, so Whippo hanging on for now and has been able to claw it back a little bit up in that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to claw his way back. I think Yawn actually feeling the most pain out of the resets there because he got chased off and the extra minions dying at tower. The Seraphine has been able to accrue a pretty good CS lead, and now with Inspired visiting again.
Ooh, Core JJ with a crash down on both targets that were walking up towards him. FlyQuest wanted to see if there was an angle from a dive, but Team Liquid immediately denying it, while at the same time Whippo interrupts the recall of Impact.
Yeah, so they don't get a kill or anything for FlyQuest, but they did deny a couple of extra minions at the tower as TL have to back off there.
Whippo just hit 6, and Impact is He hasn't got back to base. He got interrupted, so Whippo could actually look for a risky dive angle here if he wants to try.
He's going to walk past him, go for the proxy at the start instead. Impact is very healthy, and Whippo is very much not. This dive, there's no way this is set up for success. Whippo's just going to clear out the wave. Looks like he should be able to take his exit here.
And now since you have recall timers for Busio, they have the options to head up to these Void Grubs. We are at the 6-minute mark with that push in and reset, and it looks like that's exactly where FlyQuest are going with their Zyra. Inspired wants to continue up on his farm here. Meanwhile, Masu's job, the Seraphine thankfully can be fairly uninteractive with waves. Just don't step up now.
Okay, APA getting stunned up, gunned down. Quad needs a little bit more damage on him, but Masu in the bottom lane at the same time. Team Liquid with a cannon barrage helping them out. Get Core JJ a kill.
Yeah, Masu a little bit too far forward. Can't hold back at tower and just throw out his spells at the minions. Gets killed there. Meanwhile, the pressure on the other side of the map, though, for FlyQuest. They get their 3 Void Grubs, and Quad gets a turret plate.
Exactly, and I mean, it's APA soaking that pressure in mid lane that kind of lets them go for the dive, because when Busio shows up there and he escapes, they realize there's not going to be any counterplay here. There's not going to be an Alistar coming in to make that happen. Impact even got an assist off of it with the ulti, which feels even nicer, and they're going to move these lanes around a little bit as we can watch this one more time. Umpty was unspotted, and they just go for this wraparound dive.
Yep, Ivern in. Even though the flash attempt with the root collar gets juked, still got it with the rel. Core JJ's got your back, and there's 0 chance of getting out. Again, the global here from Impact, as he continually is fighting off Whippo here. Every time Whippo moves up towards tower, Impact's looking for these extra chunks of damage, and he's stacking up his grasp as well quite nicely.
I gotta say though, I'm actually really surprised with how well Whippo is doing in this 1v1. You know, he's actually positive in gold after getting first blooded and having to TP top at level 1. Things have gone a lot better for him than I thought they were going to. Yeah, Impact is still gonna be a problem. Yeah, Impact is gonna outscale you, but Whippo from a difficult situation, keeping himself relevant.
Yeah, he's had total control over the lane. You can see it demonstrated in the farm differences. He's up 2.5 waves over Impact. His health bar does look a little bit dicey right now as he pops the Dominus, just uses it to force this wave in, probably going to go for a reset here, but Impact is freezing. Whippo with the flash Ruthless Predator. That was a flash for a whole lot of nothing.
I'm telling you, I've been on the Renekton side, and you're just like, oh no, this Gangplank is going to do so much more than me. Tries to make something happen there, but that is such a huge swing and a miss. Impact just right out of it.
You have to think that he didn't have the cooldown timed right on Remove Scurvy. You know, maybe he got that earlier.
Hit him with the question mark.
You know, if he used that earlier in a trade, maybe Whippo kind of mistimed that cooldown, but does get punished for it. Uses the flash for really nothing.
Ooh. Root Caller there on
Is
Busio.
Mike even working?
Another Shattering Strike to follow it up, but there's no real damage here behind these Team Liquid CC
I think it's too far from my face.
applicators. Now we got the extra little bit.
I'll bring
APA
closer.
grabbed the kill on Busio. Inspired, forced to use the Stranglethorns as APA was ready to
He's
go to
working
reset
now.
City. Yeah, they're not going to get the extra kill on the enemy jungler, but with the ulti down, with Busio killed, Team Liquid has control over the bot side river as the Drake spawns.
And they're happy to get even that money kind of for free there. Really nice job. Jan with the punish, hit 6 on the level Ash there, and is able to punish despite the rough early game for the TL bottom lane. This is a utility bottom lane, and they use their utility there. They don't quite have the damage to actually finish this off though, because
like other
Inspired has been farming again another
sportscasters, they lowered their
clear
mic
matchup for him.
volume.
Yes, it's not a tank
Especially for
Umpty,
this season.
but it's a very supportive
They
jungle.
realize people want to watch the game.
That was scary, man.
I hear you
Busio
guys.
might just finish it off. APA burns down the cow from all the way out in right field.
Yeah, that was just a great roam there from Busio. Has been impactful, has been
No,
playing
people
well
like
in
the
this
commentary.
finals.
You shouldn't
and it's
be
been cool to see, you know, him performing on this
speaking
big stage
over
because of some of the nerves
the
that he exhibited
game.
in some of those previous series. Jan actually
Main
talked
reason
about
people are watching
how he
is for
has
the
kind of
game.
had that redemption, how much this FlyQuest, the bottom lane, has been improving. Busio has been a really, really big part of that.
And Impact's chasing down Whippo. Impact actually dropped minions to go for this damage on Whippo. He's setting it up because he has Umpty here.
Yeah, Whippo's forced to use Dominus to try to escape the cannon barrage. Nice sidestep back there against the Root Caller. Impact's got another arrow placed down. Trial by fire, and the last damage burns through. Impact takes another.
There's a reason you made a whole video package about Impact. Still top lane GOAT here, and this is going to be a problem for FlyQuest later. Here's another look at the rampaging cow, though. Busio gets a little revenge.
Absolutely, and you know, it's interesting. You talked about how
APA is so
APA,
pissed.
he has been on that Tristana Corki train so heavily, but as the patches have gone through, more and more nerfs have come towards Tristana, and Tristana, you know, really has fallen in priority pretty massively. When you look at Summer as a whole, it's 75-80% presence. Now on this current patch is down below 20% presence in pro play, but APA sticking with it. It's absolute comfort for him, and we have to see how he's going to be able to perform.
Well, my friends, it looks like FlyQuest is going to Grub City on this one. 5 already secured. Number 6 is just eating plant bullet after plant bullet. So FlyQuest,
That's
this
not good at
time,
all.
they're the ones with total control over the neutral game.
Those plant bullets do a lot of
Even
damage
6
there.
stacks away of
6
that.
Grubs is really going to help out with
Terrible.
taking these tower plates. Honestly, though, Team Liquid, I feel like even with giving up so many objectives, all of the Grubs plus the Dragon, they do have some really good options for themselves later on. You know, Jan and Core JJ were kept down a bit, but so much utility that they'll still be able to deliver to these team fights.
I mean, it is really interesting as, we're going to see him get caught.
Yeah, APA's in a little bit of a rough spot here. The flash gets him away, but now he's going to have to be extra careful if they try that again. Quad going for the TP back into the mid lane as Impact's under pressure from 2 up here on the top side, but it's only an Alistar and a Seraphine. There's not a ton of damage there, so the Pirate just walks it off.
Yeah, Impact stays cool, does not waste his flash. And he's able to take out the minion wave as well, put a stop to that play immediately. Meanwhile, bottom side.
Once more, the target is Whippo, and they have plenty of damage here on the TL side. The empowered Cole the Meek will do nothing. Umpty's the one who gets the kill for TL as Impact holds on, defending the tier 1 top side. Busio again might be looking for something. Masu doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but they might just look to gun down the turret instead. Busio, nice little bit of a combo there. Impact still standing, but the turret is not. shot. Cannon barrage to keep himself protected. Busio's got to beware of the barrel. It creates
No
enough
way, he
distance
lived.
for Impact to walk it off. Down in the bottom lane at the same time, Inspired has found APA, and the arrow from Yawn is not going to save the mid laner, but APA made enough distance on his own with a rocket jump to escape back to the tier 1 turret.
It's the TL sidesteps. The fancy feet on both sides of the map here for TL. They do continue to lose gold, though, despite not dying in both these situations. FlyQuest are still building on their lead.
Absolutely, and while you traditionally think, okay, Ivern plus double AD carry, you know, it's a guaranteed late game win. When you look over at FlyQuest, they have really good scaling as well, and Seraphine is a beast in the late game. So much power from the shielding, so much power as far as the follow-up on something like, you know, the Alistar or the Renekton diving in with your ultimate going through multiple people, and you have Zyra, you have Corki. Like, this is not any sort of a guaranteed win just because we go late.
Yeah, I think probably the biggest difference maker might be Impact on the Gangplank. We'll see how good
All
he
about those
is
barrels.
with his barrel chains, because those can be devastating, especially to champions like Zyra and Seraphine, who are fairly squishy in the back line.
One thing I will say is when you are playing GP alongside Ivern, it makes it a lot more difficult because you can drop these brushes to hide your barrels in, and you have to kind of always expect that there could be a barrel in those brushes. So much of the late game becomes difficult when there's, you know, high attack speed, AD carries, they're hitting your barrels every single time you drop them. Can't do that when there's an Ivern on your squad.
All right, but the Seraphine with a very nice lead here.
Oh, hold on. It's a lot of damage on APA from FlyQuest as Team Liquid wanted to try to push up towards the river with 30 seconds left until the dragon spawned, but FlyQuest were one step ahead, picking up another kill.
And the Seraphine lead gets even bigger. Masu here on the Seraphine will be massive. The Corki as well at a nice pace in this game, plus getting the Rift Herald. Again, all of these early objectives into the hands of FlyQuest now.
All right, another engage coming out there from FlyQuest. Core JJ goes over the wall, but Quad is just looking at a 300 gold payday. Busio and Masu looking to get him even more. The high notes come through. Last little bit of damage hasn't connected here just yet, but Masu's getting that one. FlyQuest might be even in kills, but they're up over 3,000 gold.
They just gained 2,000 gold in the last like 2 minutes here for FlyQuest, and another tower about to drop as well.
And that's with Gangplank printing money on the other side of the map here. This has really been a strong start for FlyQuest in game number 3. They're in such a comfortable position. TL is going to have to find some sort of a miracle, it feels like, to be able to come back in some of these fights, because this game is slipping away from them. They're dominating the objective game, and when you get ahead with 6 grubs, you kind of just get more ahead because those towers are so tough to stop. TL have about 5 minutes here until this next dragon, and you feel like they have to draw a line in the sand at some point and be able to find an opening.
This game 3 is looking tough for Team Liquid. Inspired now could be under a bit of pressure from APA and Core JJ. A teleport from FlyQuest trying to help out the jungler as Bwipo slices and dices, looking for the damage on APA, flashing forward to guarantee the kill. Now Impact, the victim of a flash engage from Busio. Core's still trying to walk it off, but Rel is slow, and FlyQuest is not playing around. A couple of more rockets into Core JJ should take him down, and a beautiful combo from Busio makes it a 2-for-1 deal.
Beautiful trap from FlyQuest. It's the comms Inspired in the brush, and they're talking to Bwipo. Yeah, he might have been a 0-3 Renekton, but he had the teleport to trap here, and they actually pulled APA and Core JJ into it and get multiple kills, plus the last outer tower.
And Masu killed Yawn, who was trying to come down and actually assist on that fight. Masu caught Yawn as he was walking through mid lane, is able to find that 1v1 kill, and we'll probably see it on this replay.
Alright, why is the only one not throwing?
They got, it was Core JJ and APA going right after Inspired, who kind of lured them in, and Bwipo, as soon as
His
he
entire
teleports
team
in,
is just
is able to finish off
feeding
his kill
like
onto
crazy
APA.
now.
Here is the view of the 1v1 for the double carries.
Yeah, Impact is getting
Masu
scammed.
just kind of found him coming down there, and that damage plus the
What
Sarah
are
spawn.
you
This got
doing?
really, really close, but Masu played around the vision well, was able to find the play. You know, everything kind of went bad initially for TL because APA couldn't get that 4th hit on the explosive shot to reset his rocket jump and get out. He had to buster shot early, and Bwipo gets in and pitched him off.
Y solo que aumente.
Nice.
No.
Seraphine is an AP carry, okay? Emphasis on the word carry here.
And she's building like it too, but hold on. Let's see if Whippo and Quad are about to get another one as Impact is caught out here in a 1v2 and Quad has already killed him off. Now Umpty's in danger. The Ivern is isolated. There's nobody left to support. Yon's just the cherry on top. And FlyQuest are eating good.
It's turned into a massacre. FlyQuest here are demolishing Team Liquid. Look at this explosive gold gain. And Baron's not on the map. Team Liquid are very thankful for that because FlyQuest own the entire place.
And it's going to get so hard now. Masu going for the Rylai's deck here on Seraphine means that your unempowered E roots and your empowered E stuns. So it gets very, very annoying to deal with here. FlyQuest have opened up a massive gold lead here. And you said it, Kobe, they're running away with it.
Core JJ wants to help APA get this kill on Bwipo. They're even going to commit the Magnet Storm for it as Bwipo tries to get away back over the wall. APA has the damage to shut him down, but it is a drop in the bucket right now for Team Liquid. They have a long way to go in this game.
True. They have a bunch of minion waves to clear. They have to look fairly far in the future to have
you
their
guys get some of those
actually
turrets.
become a reality. And FlyQuest are going to continue to push the pressure of this game. Minute and a half left on
How
the next
come
dragon. That will be number 3
Fly
for them.
has all
They should
6
be able to
turrets
set up
up.
their vision first. And you cannot face check
And,
into
all
a team that
11
has
turrets.
Seraphine, Alistar, and Zyra here. That is
You
just
guys gotta
way
take
too
some of
scary.
them down.
It's incredibly difficult, and with FlyQuest taking a stranglehold on this third game, we have to talk about their history
Team
in
Liquid
playoffs. This
lost
organization has never won a title in the
4
LCS. They've
turrets
been
already.
second a number of times. They've made it to those finals, never been able to really get over the hump and take down that trophy. They're looking very good, though, here to take a second game and move themselves to match point.
And we have to talk about it. You know, some of their most famous teams, their super teams that they built, were some of those ones that did crumble. But now this year, they have really found that formula of combining the young bottom lane of Masu and Busio. You know, most valuable prospects coming from the Challengers League in North America. And Masu, of course, winning the most valuable rookie, as well as this trap that Core JJ and Impact are laying right now. I was getting a little bit worried for that one. But FlyQuest have combined the young players with the veteran players here for a lot of success.
Let's see if Busio gets the angle he's looking for again. Core JJ, the initial target, trying to use Crashdown to get away as Team Liquid locks up Quad long enough to create some distance, but Busio is just waiting on cooldowns here for another combo. Finds it again on Core JJ. The Rel is down. Daisy is also out of the picture. We're 20 minutes into the game. Baron is on the Rift. APA is pushing down to the bottom lane. He does have Unleashed TP if he needs it, but FlyQuest have Baron in their sights.
And this is the largest lead at 20 any team has had against Team Liquid this entire year. They are getting blown out of this game by FlyQuest.
Team Liquid knows they have to go for some kind of approach. The brushes trying to create a little bit of
That way
confusion
you guys can see all the pings
FlyQuest
from
knows
the
they're in
minimap.
control. Now they're going to turn right back on the Impact. The Gangplank, the big damage dealer. Yawn gets caught up by the Seraphine ulti as the cannon barrage is forced not on top of the Baron. So FlyQuest go right back into the pit. Umpty wants to steal, but Bwipo cuts him down. Busio locking up the rest yet again. Impact will not escape. This game belongs to FlyQuest.
TL are going to try and get something at least on the back of it and rush down this dragon. It is an objective bounty. The Mountain Drakes are pretty tanky, but it does seem they're going to have enough DPS to at least get something.
15 kills and a 7,000 gold lead just 21 minutes into the game. This is an explosive third one here for FlyQuest.
And what a confidence builder for this team here. You know, even with TL, going back to what is the TL standard stock style here, they are getting blown out.
Barely escaping, and FlyQuest coming with this Baron buff. There's a lot of money for them to take. These secondary towers worth a lot. Here's another look at the start on the Baron. Again, those Ivern Brush are so annoying. There's so many tools that FlyQuest have to punish face checks. And Umpty, he knows he's got to pull out some miracles here if he's going to buy TL time. Wants to try and buy them time in this game. If he was able to steal away the Baron, that would slow down the push. But very close to getting within 1,200 there. Not quite, though. The stop on the damage from FlyQuest, an immediate turn
I
onto
don't
the
know
Ivern
how Team
before,
Liquid's
just
gonna come
before
out
it
of
got
this.
into range.
Exactly. That's a good thing they got the dragon.
FlyQuest to full stop the damage, and
But,
Ivern is one of the
well, I
worst
got
at
the
actually
Baron,
securing
so
Baron. It's not like you have some
it's
big
difficult
damage
to
combo to go
win.
with this fight.
Gentlemen, you want to talk about combos? Let's talk about Core and APA with an Ash Arrow from downtown thanks to Yawn. Let's talk about how it's not even enough as Bwipo flashes away. APA still chases. Team Liquid is throwing the kitchen sink at this guy, but the problem is there's an issue back in the jungle as Impact is cut down and Bwipo survives.
It may have been rough early for Bwipo, but he still survives in this play while Impact gets caught in the jungle.
And Bwipo recovered so well. Azale, you said it earlier. It looked rough, but only at level 1. Throughout the laning phase, he was ahead in farm. He stayed up in gold when he was 0, 3, and 0.
And that is incredibly hard to do after you have to blow your TP level 1 off of your call being they're going to go for a lane swap. You're on the wrong side of the map. You get solo killed at level 2. But to have this sort of a game after that is very impressive. Impact was just trying to clear out the wave, I think. Trying to get himself into a spot where, hey, maybe I can find an angle, trim that wave, try to prevent the push.
And it's the FlyQuest bottom lane that caught him. Busio there, no hesitation from him, and allowing another Masu ultimate over the top on the Seraphine to catch.
And I think it's really, too, just showing the power of this Rylai's on Zyra. The first thing was the Zyra spell that didn't hit him directly. The plants pop up, snap, snap, Rylai's. Big fans. Big fans, they're saying.
Bwipo was also talking about what you were talking about, even while 0-3.
BM from both sides is crazy.
Yeah, he said, I'm gapping you while 0-3 Lil Man to Impact. So.
Oh! Adding the little man
Bwipo's feeling a little wide.
He's feeling wide.
He's feeling a little wide
good
today.
And rightfully so. He's been having a great series today. He was incredible yesterday as well. Bwipo was really showing up in a big way for FlyQuest after what was a bit of a down split. He wasn't performing at the same level that I think we have come to expect from him.
Meanwhile, so big of a performance from Masu, and again from Inspired, but really these two are so far ahead with the Seraphine as well as the Zyra. It does become so difficult to even control your own jungle, as you can see for Team Liquid. They're just getting pushed out of any sort of vision. And then you get to utilize all those pick tools that FlyQuest have to very easy execution.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see how close the head-to-head was between these two players. I've played just about 40 games. It's only within 2 or 3 wins there. Impact in the lead, of course. But Bwipo looking to try to even that out before the day is done.
Bwipo's jumping in after Impact down here. Again, the dominance used. Impact throwing the cannon barrage back. Looking for the solo kill. Maybe Bwipo shouldn't have been talking so soon. Impact takes him out.
Yeah, Impact, you made him angry, and you're not going to like it. Gets the kill there over onto Bwipo.
Calm down.
These two teams are going at each other, man. They are feeling it here on the stage. FlyQuest, though, 9,000 gold ahead. Team Liquid is going to need a lot more of
Impact
those
is
if they
so
want to follow their
funny.
way back.
And look at the inventory of Impact. Serpent's Fang. That does massive damage to the Sterix. That makes it so much less effective. Seraph's Embrace is going to be telling the same story alongside all of her shields that she's normally casting. I love this pickup as Yawn is not loving this mid lane situation. Masu's on a rampage.
That's that vision control we talked about. When your jungle is dark, it is dangerous. Core JJ, what can he do to take back vision? He's got some wards. You see him now trying to get a pathway at least to the Baron. They're really hoping for like another miracle attempt at a steal to delay longer, to allow them to make up some of the gold difference.
And Yawn has just been kept completely out of this game. He's not even on 2 items yet. You know, his counterpart on the other side has already completed 3. Yes, Yawn is close to the second, but he is miles away from being relevant in this one. And even APA, who has at least the 3 items completed, is still 1.5k behind. And then you realize, look at the jungle. Inspired is massive, has been quietly having a very good game, you know, farming it up incredibly well. You know, he has as much farm as the mid laners, basically.
It's a huge, huge gold gap in those 80 carry and jungle rolls for FlyQuest. 15 seconds until the Baron spawns. 119 farm to 254 in the jungle. I think that's a pretty telling number.
Inspired has had a lot of Flame Horizons, a lot of these AP jungles though, you know, versus tanks or versus support style jungles. Let's see, very difficult for TL to deal with the low vision, but they do have a lot of tools that can give them kind of free vision. Iron Brush we already went over, but also the Hawk Shot from Yawn. So if TL are able to use their 3 Scryers that they have gone with, plus the Hawk Shot, to try and stay safe. That is their hope, to buy them time for more defense to even up this item differential.
And the question is just, are they going to have enough time? Because Dragon's going to be taken here by FlyQuest. That puts them at Soul Point. Mountain Soul, I feel like it's so difficult to come back when teams are way ahead and they get Mountain Soul, because usually you're saying, all right, you just got to burst someone down, get a quick pick. That makes it that much harder to accomplish.
All right, Team Liquid at least pushing back up into the topside river long enough to establish some vision here.
I gotta turn off that chat.
FlyQuest will look to sweep it all away yet again as soon as
LCS
they are
chat
back
is
out
just
on the
like,
map. I feel like this
it's
has to
so-
be the Impact
it's
and
pretty
APA
bad.
show if Team Liquid wants to have any chance of coming
A lot
back
of
into
people
this one.
typing a bunch of
Opti just
nonsense.
got caught. There's no way out. Beautiful three-man knock-up from Busio. Yon's your next target, and Bwipo's joined the fight. He slices, he dices, he forces a flashback at Yon, but APA's in the back line of FlyQuest. He's found one, but he needs a whole lot more. Bwipo can't get anybody back here just yet. He's trying to finally kill APA, and Masu's gonna grab the unstoppable there. Core JJ dives to Inspired.
I
Team
think that's
Liquid
game.
are simply too far behind. It was a good effort, but 9,000 gold is such a mountain to climb. Impact and Yon will run as far away as their legs can take them. Inspired, forcing the flash back at Impact, who wants to try to use his TP to stay alive. He's not gonna do it. Bwipo, the ruthless predator in the top lane, takes him out. Baron for FlyQuest.
That's going to be FlyQuest. You have to believe with the reset after Baron going straight for the base. TL, valiant effort there, but unable to get the extra kill. I feel like this Seraphine sustain here through the jungle was a lot. Bwipo did not go down, very, very close there, but FlyQuest now, with the extra siege power a Baron buff affords you, they actually should be able to get those minions past the barrel change. Usually it's really hard against Gangplank, clearing out all of your minions, but with the extra power of Baron, they should be able to do it, and Bwipo cuts him down one more time, just in time.
Yep, just barely able to get there in time to actually knock him down.
Nice. Is it just Ash?
Yes, Ash. I'm spawned by the way. He's coming. Oh my god, that was like an evil villain laugh, you know, the little maniacal laugh there from Bwipo. He's feeling good about that kill, man. That is fantastic.
That was great. I feel like that is every FlyQuest fan in the building right now in this third game.
Diabolical.
As they are pushing forward. We've got minions crashing into the tier 3 turret in mid lane as Team Liquid scrambles to defensive positions. Bwipo, Busio, and Masu. It only takes 3 to force down this objective. Inspired is right behind them, while the bottom lane is under pressure from Quad. First inhibitor gone. Busio for the engage. Beautiful follow-up from FlyQuest, and they've already killed 2. Daisy summoned up, immediately killed. APA and Impact trying to fire back as FlyQuest has some low health bars. The flashback, the jump away from APA. Yon and Impact still trying to stand and clear, but it's a full 5-man push with a Seraphine from FlyQuest. It's so hard to survive it. Impact can't do it. APA's forced back again. Bwipo jumps in. Ladies and gentlemen, with a stomp in game 3, FlyQuest are on match point.
And Bwipo is loving every second of it.
He is popping off in-game, out-of-game. He is loving how this series is going, and all the FlyQuest fans are also feeling incredible about it. Match point here for FlyQuest, not the position that Liquid thought they would be finding themselves in here today. They came in definitely as favorites.
All right, let's toss it back to the lounge to break it down for us.
What a weird game that was with the Seraphine. We're now 2-1 up for FlyQuest in this series on championship point. We also have Golden Glue, the head coach of 100 Thieves, joining us on this desk segment. How have you felt about the series, Grayson, but more importantly, this last game?
Yeah, the series has been really fun so far. I think that last game was kind of weird, honestly. I was like kind of confused. Impact got the solo kill on Renekton and had a really good start, but still, Bwipo had so much presence in the game on Renekton, and the Seraphine ended up getting really ahead. Inspired got really far ahead. I like the idea with the GP to deal with all the healing the Seraphine had, but they just didn't really hit that point that it worked out.
Having gone up against Bwipo Renekton yourself, even when he falls behind initially, right? Like, he ends up being such a force in lane and then especially out of lane. What is it like to play against that and, like, before you banned it, how did you prepare your team for it?
Yeah, no, he definitely has like aura on Renekton. Like he definitely is always a threat, even if he's behind. Usually he's really good when he's usually also ahead a lot of times, and I think it really fits his style because Renekton, you can really like talk about your plays ahead of time, build up your Fury, stack that wave, and make a dive. And I think it just really fits his like very active style that Bwipo likes to play the game. Obviously, we also were banning it when we were playing against him yesterday. He was able to get it this side, so I'm excited to see what Team Liquid does about it next game.
I just wish I could know what he was thinking when he dies level 1 like this. It wasn't even close either. And then he, at level 6, just ults for the wave and flashes in and runs away.
I didn't understand the recovery either because he thought it was a lane swap, TP's back to lane, has that happen, goes back, ends up dirty farming, and then is magically, you know, in the gold lead.
Yeah.
So.
And the crazy thing to me about this game 3 is I almost felt like I looked up and FlyQuest was ahead by 6,000 gold.
Yeah.
Because when I originally saw this draft, I thought that they might actually just not have enough damage to break through Ivern shields, but then it was ended up being Team Liquid just couldn't get farm or pressure on the map for the entire game.
I think that's where the bot lane comes in, right? Like they were able to get ahead early, and then this Seraphine was a problem, and also Busio's engages, some of them to set up these fights were really, really good.
And it also just looked like the most disoriented I've seen Team Liquid in mid-game because when they were trying to get vision around River, I think this is second.
What are you eating?
Like they started to really get picked off again and again. And then after when APA got picked off the first time, they tried to do it again without APA, and they were getting basically encircled from bot lane, and then they died again. So I was like, that's when the gold lead really started to stack against them, was that like back-to-back mistake.
Yeah, I also think as we're moving in towards Game 4 of the series, it's important to look back at what happened in Games 1 and 2 because all of those are still going to be a little bit in the minds of the players. So the start of this series in Game 1 was actually FlyQuest jumping out to that early lead.
Yeah, and I mean here, again, I already talked about Busio and Masu on this Leona Ashe combo. It's something they're both super, super comfortable on. Like, I feel like Inspired was the story of this game, but I also still do want to call out the bot lane, especially for how they ended up setting up this fight and landing the arrow onto Yan.
Yeah, the arrow ends up landing. Of course, Umpty take that sidestep. Then they all come in at the same time in that corridor that you were talking about really early on, Sven. But like, I actually want to talk to you, Golden Glue, because this is a Yone that I didn't expect Quad to be picking at all. Not a pick that was in my radar. Is that something that you expected going into playoffs, especially going up against them just yesterday?
Yeah, honestly, I was kind of surprised to see Yone this game too. I mean, we definitely know that Quad does play Yone. I mean, they banned it away from us because we love to pick Yone for Quid. But it really matched the style that they wanted to play, just a like dive comp onto Corki. I mean, it isn't the easiest game to dive through Cassante and Maokai, and the carries you're diving Ezreal and Corki. They're pretty self-reliant, but they still were able to make it happen, as you saw in that one team fight, by like pincering them really well. And I am interested to see what the draft's going to be like, because we had the Nasus in Game 2. I imagine Team Liquid's going to go back to blue side. I really like watching Nasus. I think it's just fun to watch that champion stack up. I imagine it's going to get banned this game, but we'll see.
Inspired's been huge. In that Game 1 and also in Game 3, he was over 100 CS up ahead of Umpty at the end of it. Game 2, Sven, very strange game. FlyQuest, to me, felt frantic in Game 2.
Yeah, Umpty went for an early game bond. It didn't work. He got bailed out by a mid game that actually worked for him. This one we just saw here, where he kills Quad with the bunk. It felt like
he's hyped.
When the junglers aren't allowed to play their game, it goes wrong. When Inspired just farms in a straight line, a lot of camps, he's really far ahead, he makes plays in mid game, that's when FlyQuest plays the best. But when he's forced to gank because they're losing lane, that's when the team falters the most.
Yeah, and then I guess it was, even though it wasn't in the replay reel here, the fact that Nasus is able to get 2 kills top side and then is pretty much unbeatable on a side lane. These fights, some of the most fun fights I was able to see, especially this one and the 2v2 fist fighting between like Masu and Inspired that were just battling down their bottle side, and then Inspired gets killed. I was like, oh my god, this is the back and forth I was expecting out of the finals like this.
Yeah, and when these two teams, whenever they meet, they seem to always want to fight each other a ton. Another thing I do want to point out here, as he comes in to try to assassinate their carries, Impact went massive in this game as well. He got ahead early, and it was really hard to contest him in the side lane.
He really needs to use his Jack skin. I've never understood. He has a World Championship Jack skin, and he never decides to use it. Core as well with Samsung Rakan just doesn't seem to use it. Okay. Now we're at a state where that's an amazing tweet.
Yeah,
now we're at a state where FlyQuest up 2-1.
I don't get why any of these pro players don't use skins.
LCS title ever. FlyQuest winning their
Literally,
first LCS
all
title
these
ever.
skins were
And
made for
here's the
you
drafts
guys.
from
You
games
guys
1, 2, and
don't
3. We need
use
to
any
figure
of
out
the
what's going to
skins.
change.
Yeah, FlyQuest are on match point, and it's really interesting to me to look at the drafts across all 3 games because typically in a lot of series, we've seen teams sticking to one core and then just rotating like 1 or 2 things. But we've had very different and varied drafts from game 1 to game 2, and then again from game 2 to game 3.
So I know, Grayson, I just pulled you out of the stand, so you're not necessarily doing a huge amount of draft prep here, but what do you think is going to happen here in Game 4?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that stands out from the past couple drafts is that Corki's been the most contested mid pick. Obviously, Team Liquid first picked in the first game.
Someone got a
signed
chair for
player
Jack.
on the Tristana side, and it didn't really seem to have the same oomph that Corki had. So I'm expecting them to put APA either on Corki or Nasus if they leave that open. Other than that, like, I think if I'm FlyQuest, I'm definitely putting Inspired on a champion that's a Mumu Lily, something that can farm, just like Zinman was saying earlier, just keep farming, keep getting ahead. And you know, Umti has been playing on the Ivern. It wasn't really able to get it done last game. So that's what I expect out of next game. Definitely trying to get Inspired to carry.
I think
Thank you very much,
TL is
Golden Blue,
going
for
to
joining
lose.
us. We'll be covering draft here from the desk for Game 4 right after the break.
Hi, I'm Mariah from the LCS events team. My favorite place at the Riot Games Arena is the LCS Arcade, where fans get a chance to play like the pros. We want to offer the same seamless gameplay experience that the LCS pros expect on stage, which is why each PC is upgraded with the Samsung 990 Pro NVMe SSD. Blazing fast read-write speeds and superior power efficiency are super important. I think that playing on the same hardware as the pros is enough to bring out that competitive streak in all of us.
Sauron has returned, and a new flaw.
I mute this.
Using Aurelion to craft rings that will allow him
Like,
and use.
whatever.
Every kind in Middle Earth.
You think it was only you who put yourself in my power?
Leave Sauron to me.
There, go to the gym tomorrow. Fuck, I don't wanna go. I hate working out. Maybe I won't go. The reason why I switched to Planet Fitness is cheaper, and I don't want to take my workouts too seriously anymore. Much easier when I was more lighter. Maybe if I get light again, I'll take my workouts more. But even now, I go hard. I don't shy away from the heavy weights.
Okay, Odell, let's get this workout in. Not today?
Not today.
Oh, what? Please no. Please stop. Yo, why are North American fans always like this? Oh, dude, stop. What the fuck? Oh, you don't see this shit in Korea? See, this chat is weird as fuck.
Honestly, when I first started the LCS, I didn't think anything like this would happen, or there would be like a G2 Fnatic version for NA. But honestly, ever since we played TL for the first time in playoffs, every time they came back stronger, and then they would beat us, and then we would come back and we would be stronger, but then they still beat us this time. So it's kind of created like a mini rivalry that I didn't expect would happen, but it's just been really fun, and it makes the hype around our matches a lot bigger.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS Summer 2024 Finals. It is FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, and right now, FlyQuest is on match point after a dominating Game 3 against the reigning LCS champs.
I'm not shocked that they're at match point. I am shocked the way that it looked. That last game was absolute domination. Moxie was able to get so far ahead with those early ganks from Inspired. It felt like he was starting to really run away with the game. It became such a problem because Jan was a non-factor in a way that we haven't seen from TL this whole year.
And the strongest pattern that has been true for Team Liquid over the course of this roster has been umpty on supportive or tank jungles, and they decide when they're up against the wall again, they're going to put him back on the Lilia. The Lilia games from him are rare, but they have both been wins.
And I remember, Azael, we were talking a little bit about this after game number 1, and I said, I'm fine with Team Liquid leaving the Lilia open if they steal it away.
Yeah.
And this time, they're doing just that. It's Smolder, Renekton, Ashe, NASA, Siggs, and Rumble all banned out. Lilia first for TL, Corki first for FlyQuest.
Also remember the last time they put umpty on Lilia, they lane swapped, and he got a very, very, very large lead in jungle out of the lane swap, taking away several camps. So that is going to be something that FlyQuest themselves have to be cognizant of.
And I mean, MT has a bit of a chip on his shoulder. You know, he was third team All-Pro. The rest of his team, entire team, was first team All-Pro. And this is something
that guy shows
where
up in every single LCS match.
You got to put up or shut up because you're going up against.
He always has that Jarvan
back-to-back really strong AP carry jungle games where he's getting massive leads. If you cannot do the same thing, well, people are going to be looking at that jungle pretty hard.
Inspired has been the biggest gap so far in this series. He hard carried game 1, he hard carried game 3, even in game 2 when Team Liquid was victorious. When you were looking at the scoreboard the entire time, Inspired was the only one who was ahead in gold for FlyQuest. It looks like Team Liquid is going with the Tristana and the Cassante in these solo lanes, and FlyQuest will put Inspired on the Ivern.
Back to an Ivern plus 2 AD carry comp for FlyQuest here. He basically mained Ivern earlier in the playoffs, and so now he's going to be on the other side of it. Now, I will say still, too, early in the series, umpty did so many good setup plays for his team, so it really is a very big difference of the role that you play, you know. Once you're classified on that champion, yes, you are going to go down and farm, and your goal as either the tank setup or the Ivern is to support your lanes.
I'm going to be so interested to see where FlyQuest goes with their 5th pick. Counter pick here on red side. You can see Olaf already getting banned away. That definitely is a concern here for TL. We've seen a couple Olaf games from Whippo this weekend, has been really, really good on it. And you know, is it going to be that last pick here for Whippo, or are they going to look to try to hold their AD carry a little bit longer and maybe go for something a bit surprising again?
Yeah, I mean, especially with an Ivern on their team already, and if they want to early pick the Cassantes, that is something you have to ban away. Something that FlyQuest definitely would be able to throw.
Oh, Garrett.
Locked! Instantly locked! This is one of those solo Q counters to Cassante that we often ask. Why aren't pros willing to do it? Whippo is willing to do it.
Well, it's one of the fun ones that always came up because Cassante, everyone's memed on Cassante for
You like
multiple
to pick
years
T-Ball.
now about how OP he is. And they're like, why don't you just drop the ultimate on his head? When he transforms on you, go ult for ult and try and get those kills. We're going to see it in action now.
Yeah, I mean, there's Armor Pen on the E, there's the Execute, you go all out, you go down because he's going to be dunking on you. But we did see this come out from Quid once earlier in playoffs. Of course, different matchup, was in mid lane, different player, but it did not impress, did not really work out. So definitely the Garen can fall short at times. Yon going to be on a Kai'Sa, a classic for him. Definitely an ability to dive into the back line, and we're looking for that engaged champion here from Core JJ. It will be the Rel to be able to set up these fights. This is a critical game here for TL. No more losses left to give. You lose here, it is over. FlyQuest will be champions, and this is the draft that they're going to try to prolong the series with.
All right, final pick of that draft for Masu. What will he pilot alongside this Leona into the Kai'Sa Rel combo? Zeri is a champion that we have seen all over the Rift so far this split. We'll see if they want to lock that in, and yes, they do. Zeri Leona versus Kai'Sa Rel in the bottom lane.
It all comes down to this. Team Liquid, they're back on blue side, and they invest their blue side pick into Umpty to take away the Lilia to try and create that farm distance in the jungle.
And this is Bwipo's first pro Garen game, and I'm also looking, it's the first Zeri game for Masu this entire year. So a couple of firsts here coming out for FlyQuest. Obviously, Zeri is a common champion. Masu will have experience on it, but they have been so confident to experiment, to bring out different picks, to play different styles, and it has really been a boon to them, both yesterday against 100 Thieves and today again against Team Liquid.
Masu going from Seraphine carry to Zeri carry. Very, very different champions. Very different intensity levels as far as the mechanics go as well.
I love the family tree poster there. That's a good one, but it hasn't been the case so far this series. Bwipo has definitely been stepping up, been able to really hold his own here against Impact. But it's a match point, and it is the grand finals here of the LCS Championship. FlyQuest looking to get their first ever title as an organization.
An organization that has been around since 2017. Azale, you already talked about it in the previous game. They've come close so many times, but they've always fallen at the final hurdle. And now, yet again, they are only a single game away.
You can tell how much it means for both the organization and for Bwipo, who has been so outspoken about how many second places he has gotten in the past years. He is giddy. Right now, we are on stage. We can see him. Bwipo's right next to us. His leg is shaking under the computer right now. He can't wait to get into this game and spin to win.
He's already spinning versus Impact up here in this top lane. Worth noting, a lot of times you can see different summoner spells on Garen. Flash and Goth, both viable. Teleport Ignite, both viable. It is going to be your pretty standard teleport and flash combination alongside Phase Rush for extra mobility in the fights versus the raw damage of Conqueror.
And one of the really nice things about the Phase Rush is it also allows you to use your Q to enter fights, because you then have that Phase Rush to be able to execute, get out of the fights, you get in, you proc, you can back off if you need to. It's really, really strong. Gives you a lot of options.
And I simply think it is necessary if you're playing versus Lilia and Rel. It's actually a must to play against this comp. Now we have Masu slinking in for the lane swap, hugging on that top wall, just in case there was any sort of ward earlier.
And you were saying it, Flowers, in the break, we got to watch out for this lane swap, but TL, they're going to get the bad news.
Yeah, TL knows now that Masu and Busio are aware of what's going on. Yes, they got a little bit of damage onto Bwipo, but Garen's natural regeneration, he's going to feel fine going bottom. But again, it's the second game in a row. Bwipo starts level 1 with no TP.
Exactly. Last game, I thought it was going to be the story of the game. Did not end up really being a big deal. He was able to battle back from that position. We'll see if Impact can take advantage of it this time. You know, if they can try to do something, maybe a little bit of jungle pressure, something to really try to put this Garen down, because Garen from behind, you have no utility, you really don't offer a lot.
And it's really when you get your stride breaker that you become a menace. Currently though, he's spinning in the minion wave to get his level 2 first.
And he did get it, finds the silence there quickly onto Impact, with the third Intofo strike knocking him up into the air, makes that trade a little more favorable than it otherwise might have been.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. You know, TL have been so good at these lane swaps and, you know, potentially just trying to avoid this top lane 1v1 matchup with this lane swap here. But I want to see how these next couple minutes do go. As Masu's under the tower.
Yeah, Masu taking a lot of damage there, but Yawn now also down to 200 HP. Got him! Yawn with the first blood, stepping up in game 4.
We have to see the beginning of that play. How did he get there?
Rel.
Team Liquid bottom lane. They come up huge.
It's got to be a rel engage, flip him off, the mount it up, you know, throw him back into the tower, because he took a tower shot there, and that made all the difference. You know, had Yawn gone down, there was such a massive wave that was stacked up there. He would have missed so much experience, so much gold. Instead, he comes away with first blood. That is huge in this pivotal moment for Team Liquid.
There it is, walking up with the minion wave. Oh, he dashed right in. He dashed right in.
Just,
you can't do that in the face of Core JJ.
No. I guess he just thought, hey, I'm level 2. You know, they're both level 1. We can go for this quick trade and back up. Core punishes him massively. Masu with a big error there in this pivotal game gives the lead over to Yawn, who is going to be pretty darn happy about that. The wave obviously is stacked and pushing towards Masu, though, so it didn't look like Yawn was able to collect a lot of that wave that was there. So the gold difference is not going to be as big as you would expect. Masu's going to collect this wave, and it's going to even out a little bit.
So much focus, you know, on the story for Masu, and rightly so, with him being Rookie of the Year. But Yawn was really kind of that story a little bit ahead of time, with Team Liquid investing so much time into both him and APA, building them up through their challenger team. And Spawn, the current head coach of Team Liquid, coaching them as well on that team for so many years and really trusting in them. And during that time as well, it's not just Spawn, the coach, but Core JJ would mentor the academy players very heavily as well, spending so much time in scrims, in in-houses, you know, creating a lot of opportunity for Yawn himself, and now playing together on this big stage in a finals, in a must-win game.
And this has been a trend we've seen for years now in the LCS, going all the way back to, I think, you know, really started with Danny and JoJo, and this team that inspired and Impact were playing alongside. You know, these really extreme veterans who can teach so much to these young players who are really talented, accelerates their growth. And we're seeing that same kind of formula here on TL and on FlyQuest with these young players that are getting to really reap the rewards of all the knowledge, all the years of pro play that we've seen.
And remember, Team Liquid, despite the fact that they have the longest consecutive winning streak for championships in LCS, of 4 of them back to back to back to back, those are the only championships Team Liquid has won before. It was a massive dynasty of wins. They would not want to just fall short with only Spring on this one. They want to string these two together. They want to go all the way, hold that trophy high, and feel strong heading into Worlds.
Well, and especially when it has really been all about them this split. You know, they have not lost a single series throughout the regular season, throughout playoffs. They're trying to go for this undefeated series run all the way, something that no one really has been able to do before.
Well, right now, they're off to a great start. 600 gold, nothing crazy. Other than that, here in the early game, we got Grub spawning in about 15 seconds. So far throughout this series, I feel like early neutral objectives have been very one-sided, one way or the other. I'm curious if we're going to see more of a divide between those now, with the lanes being flip-flopped a little bit, or if it's going to continue the way it already has.
Yeah, and basically with Ivern and Lilia, your Lilia is 99% of the time going to go for the grubs and get those grubs, while Ivern focuses bottom lane. And you have Ivern actually going for a gank now, pre-Dragon.
Yeah, FlyQuest looking for impact here. He goes all out, and the root caller doesn't hit, so there's no chance for some Demacian justice.
Really nicely played there by Impact. Bwipo needed to not give him the angle, and now Umti has an opportunity to look for a counterplay atop.
Yeah, but they find Busio waiting there in the brush. Makes it a lot harder to accomplish than just the 3v1 dive. You can see that Umti even pulled off of the grubs early. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, it's APA versus Quad, but Quad again going to be reinforced by Umti's jungle presence, as Busio is now engaged on Core JJ with the crash down with the 2v2 up here on the top side, not turning into a whole lot more. Meanwhile, back over towards the river, you got Umti wrapping around, and Inspired's in danger. There is no level 6 for the Ivern. APA is stepping up, the Eep to pop the sleep, and APA only needs one more shot. Now Quad's in danger. He bounced back over the wall. Umti cannot finish him, so he's got to be careful to use that movement speed to try to get away. Quad with a flash. It was late from Umti, and he pays the price, as Busio now ready to maybe into the fight too, but no, they're just catching the wave.
Oh, so close right there. And then Umpty actually going down for the counter kill. It actually means with CoreJJ coming over, they're going to continue pushing. Lucio not going to go fully in here, but the tower plate still stands. I have to say, though, still, Team Liquid, they invested their first pick blue side into taking away the Lily into Umpty, and he got his level 6 first, and then they actually get the little pincer movement here onto Inspired. It's just the counter kill that really hurts.
Yeah, the death really hurts there. It puts him behind tempo, and he could have been taking even more camps away, and Core maybe in a little bit of trouble here, but is going to be able to back it up, as being as annoying as possible, stopping that recall with the Ignite.
Yeah, and that's an investment here that will be worthwhile. Delay that Corki recall. Here's another look at the roundabout way it happened. Umpty coming from the jungle side after invading to be able to find him here. And with the level 6 advantage, puts him to sleep. APA's allowed to finish it off.
And good job by Quad just getting so much damage in. The big one hit both members. The Frostbomb hit both members. He pushes them back. He gets his HP advantage that allows him to get in the spot where he can go for it. And you've got to flash early from that spot. As soon as they flash, the auto will always follow you. It's definitely a mistake there from Umpty that lost him a lot of tempo and means that he's actually down on gold temporarily to Inspired.
And it is very easy to flash away from the Frostbomb. He let the Frostbomb hit. That is the big part of Corki there. Once the Frostbomb hit, Quad knows, yeah, I'm going to be able to follow this no problem. No respect there for the Corki damage.
Pretty even game in the first 9 minutes. 3 grubs for Team Liquid. The second set of those not spawning for another 3 minutes or so. The first Drake just left all alone by either side. Since that's now the top lane of this game, as top lane is, it must be ignored. And that means everybody is scrapping on the other side of the map instead as the 1v1 just continues. But until these guys whittle each other down a little bit further, there's no real threat until they decide to commit those ultis. As CoreJJ is standing on top of that Pixel Rush ward, trying to clear it out, but FlyQuest do a good job forcing him away before he can get the last hit. APA stepping up for the control ward to try to just remove some of that vision even further, but FlyQuest has more men in the area.
Yeah, FlyQuest know that it's probably going to be bottom side transition now as Umpty is going down to counter jungle. So FlyQuest are trying to overload this top side where APA has been positioned. Umpty actually, after this Gromp, also going to harass Whippo a bit. Does hit some poke under tower, finishes off the counter jungle, and even calling Yawn for a bit. I would say focus on this dragon, get the objectives really stacking here, since Garen can be very annoying to finish off dives.
I mean, that W makes it so difficult. You know, the CC reduction, the shield, it's really tough to actually pull off a dive unless he's very low or you just have an overwhelming amount of damage. Umpty going to be able to grab the scuttle and hasn't actually started up the dragon just yet, and now Inspired is in the area, so there is potential for that to just get postponed.
So he's really focusing on that farm lead, you know.
Oh, they're going to go.
Yeah, they immediately set their sights on Quad with APA and CoreJJ, knocking him right back into the brush. No chance to Falk to safety, and that's more money for Team Liquid.
Doesn't matter which AD carry he plays around. CoreJJ's going to set him up and get the extra kills there. Another surprise play from him. Every pro always talks about how annoying it is to deal with. CoreJJ popping out of these brush, surprise gank, and surprise kill.
And I think that's one of those situations that really shows you why TL can be so good in these lane swap situations, right? You're not necessarily expecting him to be there at that moment. They're moving around the map more. It's less standard play. He's very creative with his engage angles, with where he is on the map, and that's what makes him so annoying to play against. As you said, Kobe, people always feel like he's there right when you don't want him to be. When you're like, I need to push this one wave and it'll be fine, Core's in the brush.
Now he's holding the wave. He's doing so much for the team. Holds wave for mid lane. Get these AD carries as much gold as possible.
CoreJJ just here to hold the wave until Yawn can show back up here on the Kai'Sa. Yawn looking for, I think, a big redemption in this 4th game compared to his performance in game number 3.
Meanwhile, I'm still looking at Umpty on the Lilia. Has really been power farming, counter jungling effectively, and that earned him an early Leandries for this fight.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get anything from that. APA just pushing Quad back for now. Inspired always been in his back pocket here. There at the right time when he needs them, but Umpty is around here as well, and could be a scrap over the next grubs.
I think they're going to continue to force. I mean, Umpty knows he's got his big item advantage with his Leandries done, so they're getting very aggressive with their positioning. CoreJJ dropping the ward over the back, and the other 3 grubs have arrived to the map.
Okay. Let's see if Team Liquid's just going to hard force this or not. Looks like, yes, they are. Lilia doing her Lilia best at just knocking these things down so very rapidly. FlyQuest on the approach, but nobody's here just yet. First grub already secured.
Zeri's going bot, so I don't think they have any intention of actually contesting this, but there was pings over, so I think Zeri did get spotted out. Now FlyQuest is trying to come back, and they can see Zeri in mid lane, but it is going to be all 6 grubs here for TL. That is very big, especially for APA, who has already been pushing heavily, loves to play through the side lanes on the Tristana, and this is already a champion that excels at killing those towers.
Team Liquid with the first 6 grubs. The last set of them gets killed pretty late, so it's only a little bit over a minute until the Herald is going to spawn now, bringing everybody back to that same spot. And the first Drake is still alive. Not a single Drake taken with only 1 minute to go until turret plates fall is pretty rare, but it's the case here in game number 4 with these switched lanes with both marksmen and support duos being in the top side.
It's also worth noting it is going to be Berserker Greaves here for Bwipo. Obviously, you need the attack speed. You know, it is really important to get that damage out on the Garen, but at the same time, this is double AD carry. He's not going to be that durable unless he can start picking up kills and getting ahead of the pace of the game. You know, getting things like that Sterix as that second item, and they're going to try to threaten a dive here and keep him down. 5 members here.
Yeah, Bwipo trying to turn right back into Core JJ and Impact as he's spinning to escape. The Garen's so tanky, just like you guys were talking about before. It's very difficult to kill this guy unless you just overload on the damage. Team Liquid might not have got the kill, but they are taking over the enemy jungle. They are pushing FlyQuest back.
And you don't want to race against a team with 6 scrubs. And notice how all of TL backed away from the tower to make sure all of the local gold was given to APA. They have the faith in this guy to carry on Tristana. They're trying to set him up for success, and they're going to keep making these sort of team plays. If you can just be threatening one tower on one side where they're on the other, you're always going to win that race.
And we've seen them do this so many times with APA. A lot of the more recent times have been on the Corki because he's had so many games on it, but they love just saying, all right, everybody else can slow the game down. Umpty and Core, keep the vision, Impact, Yawn, farm up whatever you can, but priorities on APA. They set up the waves, they let him rotate, they play around his teleports, because once he gets farmed enough, they trust him, exactly like you're saying, to be that cannon and come through clutch when it matters.
Captain America getting rich again. We'll see if they're able to win another fight off of it. Umpty is here with the Rift Herald spawn, ready to start it up, and it will just continue the destruction of these neutral objectives. You already have the 6 scrubs, so you'll get extra Void Mites if you drive it in. Very easy for TL to control these minion waves. This is something they have been applauded for all season long, is their methodical nature with these exact comps. Once you get ahead, then using every objective as the next stepping stone.
Exactly. Take out those towers, be able to move between the lanes faster and faster, then take vision, start to encroach in the enemy jungle. As APA trying to get baited there by Quad, who does have a couple members behind him.
They'll end it
Did spot
after
someone.
Ooh, that
this whole
solar
series
flare
is over.
only getting the slow means APA buffers out of it with a rocket jump. Lucio ready to follow it up, but now Umpty jumps in. He puts the sleep on Quad. Team Liquid thinking about fighting back, but as Bwipo reinforces with the teleport, Impact does the same, and both sides walk away.
Okay, so Umpty invests
I think
Flash plus
Jinny's
Lilia
probably
ultimate
streaming.
here. That
Maybe I'll
might
watch
give
that.
FlyQuest a window.
Did get flash
usually
on Quad, so that's
I
something a
usually
bit of a
watch them
trade
just
there, but definitely did look aggressive,
Okay.
and I think TL just, you know, weren't in position to respond, but FlyQuest didn't know that. They were worried about the potential follow-up.
Masu getting a little bit aggressive here against Yawn in the mid lane, does force out the killer instinct from the Kaisa.
They've split into a split push here for Team Liquid, so it's FlyQuest making a hard push. They know that these side lanes are going to get out of control, so they just want to siege up mid and make use of their numbers here. All 5 members, while you see the Tristana very deep on side, as well as the Cassante will get up to tower, but FlyQuest will secure the tower first.
Exactly. FlyQuest with tier 1 turret mid. They knew that Yawn was low. They knew that Core was low, and they knew Umpty had no ulti, so there was no way for the 3-man squad on TL to hold it. And yeah, apparently we've got a little bit of a fan fest up here in topside.
It is, like, you see the big difference as far as the experience when you make trades like that. You know, FlyQuest putting 5 people mid, you lose out on experience from both waves, topside and a bit of the one from bottom lane, because they don't get there. And then you get these domino effects. Because you gave up the side lane pressure, the minions are pushed so far up, you have to then go collect, and allows TL to move into river and pick up their dragon.
I will say, you know, for FlyQuest, they have incredible incredible scaling with Corki, Ivern, and the Zeri. And TL has not put the pressure on through a Soul threaten, right? That's the first Dragon of the game here, taking almost 17 minutes in. So Soul is going to be so far off. They have to really be able to continue extending these leads. We'll see if the TP comes in before Shelly charges.
Well, Masu's already down to 1/3 HP. Shelly might not do enough damage to force the entire turret death on her own, but she'll get it close enough. Only 150 health left as CoreJJ is going off-road.
Going for a tier 2 bot,
on
maybe.
this one.
We'll see if he can actually find the angle to get it all the way around.
I don't know how much
to bring it down towards APA.
I don't know how much gas is in Shelly's tank, though. Okay, right into the ruins of the turret, and the minions take Shelly out.
You deny the kill credit onto the Rift Herald there. Nice job. They say they took all the denial out of League of Legends. Not true.
True.
Meanwhile, top side here, Umpty with Yawn making the power move, and they have been pressuring Whippo. They have not taken down the Garen, but they have continually pushed him out.
All right, Whippo needs to clear the wave out, try to stop Team Liquid from accomplishing their mission. APA zoning Inspired away from helping out the top laner. Whippo makes his escape. The decisive strike giving him the extra speed with a phase rush to escape as the tier 1 turret falls in front of him.
Yeah, it looks like that root caller as well, helping out from Inspired. I think he nailed that onto APA, so he can use that little dash. You click on the root caller target, you get to jump out, but at the end of the day, TL do get the tower here. They need to keep extending this gold lead, though, keep putting on pressure, because, again, Soul is not really a threat this game. FlyQuest are going to have so much time, unless you can threaten the major objectives, things like the Baron, that are going to force FlyQuest to contest you, force them to come out and fight, perhaps before they're ready.
And we know there will be guaranteed value for having your Cassante later on. But will there be guaranteed value from this Garen?
I see what you did there.
I think that is a little bit less sure.
Somewhere in the building, Freak just smiled.
I think the Ivern might allow Whippo to play a little bit more what Garen wants to, but it does get harder to pull off the objectives of Garen than it does to pull off the objectives of Cassante later on. That's why Cassante has been so popular in pro for so long.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if he can find that one moment, sometimes you just flash in the back line, you silence up a carry, and you can burst him down. That can be a big difference maker when you're playing these style of compositions. And you know, when those carries are threatened, APA, Yawn, they're going to be the main targets. You need to see Umpty really step up, right? He has that Seekers now. He has his playmaking tools. We need to see if he can actually make it happen in a 5v5. You know, he definitely has created a decent gold lead for himself. He's farmed well, but he's got to be that X factor in the 5v5 if TL are going to be able to bring this series back.
Team Liquid 3,000 gold ahead, 20 seconds until Baron spawns. Remember last game, FlyQuest was so far ahead at this point. A couple of picks, a really good fight that went their way. They were grabbing Baron before 21 minutes. Really, really accelerated game state. And while Team Liquid does have a lead, I don't know if they're there quite yet, as CoreJJ and Umpty, yet again, securing vision in the enemy jungle, looking to steal away resources. The red buff of FlyQuest is contested, but Busio and Inspired are close enough nearby to just push them back. Team Liquid does not want to overextend and put themselves in a spot to throw the lead that they've spent the last 20 minutes building.
Especially pre-Rageblade for Kai'Sa. The Yawn was going back to base at that moment to go complete his Rageblade, so until you get that second item, you're not trying to force anything. Now that they have both the Tristana and the Kai'Sa on their 2 items, they could look for some like Rel engages from CoreJJ, and then you get these snap killer instincts from Yawn to follow. But have to have your teammates up and ready to go for those plays. Umpty himself, I'm assuming, has some good gold in inventory, has been farming pretty hard. Not actually that much, but is definitely ready as well to follow up on these plays. When Core and Umpty both have flashes available and both have their ults, you could get one of those picks in the jungle. Team Liquid have been very good at methodically moving up their vision into FlyQuest jungle and trying to take away a camp here, a camp there, and increase that Lilia lead.
They really have been, but at the same time, I think Busio and Inspired on the other side have been good at retaking vision and not allowing that lead to really snowball out of control. And again, it comes back to the Dragon. You know, 30 seconds is going to be the second Dragon of the game. You're not going to be threatening Soul until after 30 minutes when Corki and Zeri are both going to have 3 items, and that's where they really will turn online. That's where I think things are going to get potentially very tough for TL.
Well, we have 20 seconds until that next Drake spawns. Isaac, you already mentioned how, man, it is a late Soul game. So Team Liquid, even if they secure this next one, it's still going to be past the 30-minute mark before they would be able to threaten a Soul, as Quad jumps in for APA, who tries to use rocket jump to get out, but now Bwipo's here with a stride breaker into the silence. Demacian Justice strikes true.
All right, Garen value right there. Meanwhile, it's going to cost you your second dragon, but you can put pressure on the Baron and try and force TL to come check.
They're just going to go for the Baron. They're starting it right now in their face. They want to at least get the TP out of impact here. APA is not up for 30.
FlyQuest, 5 men strong in the Baron pit. Core JJ, Yawn, and Umpty. Keep your eyes on Umpty and Core with the flashes, with the engages. Yawn and Impact ready to back them up. Busio trying to interrupt everybody as Daisy, Busio, and Bwipo all dive into the front line. Impact is already down. Core JJ on the run. Umpty's going to retreat as well. Team Liquid evaporate under the might of FlyQuest.
The silence from Garen was actually huge, and FlyQuest, they've earned themselves another attempt at the Baron. APA's back up, but now there's no front line for Team Liquid. They cannot check.
And just like that, I think FlyQuest takes full control over this game. The gold lead is going to be nothing after this. But even before that, the gold lead wasn't big enough, I felt like, for TL. This FlyQuest comp scales so incredibly well. One pick on the side lane here on APA was all it took. And APA, he's going to have to back off. He doesn't win this.
APA down to 50 HP. And Bwipo's not happy with that. He wants a little bit more. Core JJ with a shattering strike to stop the Garen pursuit. FlyQuest team fighting has been immaculate this weekend. Yesterday, 100 Thieves stood no chance. And today, they're doing this to TL.
And once again, Ivern brush usage. It's so good in these team fights. Allows Busio to just go right up. They stun Impact into a root onto Impact, into the silence onto Impact, and they kill the Cassante on the front line. Look at this from the back line. Zeri and Corki free firing as they were continually set up there. Easy chase down. Good CC layering. Busio starts it out, makes it easy for Inspire to hit his skill shot, and they follow through as a team.
All right, this game is about to get suplexed, boys. Team Liquid have been in control for so long, and now Bwipo going in for the execution on Umpty. There is no flash for the Lilia. There is no hope for the Team Liquid jungler, as Quad might just fall in trade, but he takes APA with them. Beautifully done from FlyQuest.
TL are trying to get something on the other side of the map, but you're racing a Baron, and Quad gets a 1v2 outplay, taking down APA. After Umpty got killed in his own jungle. FlyQuest are starting to really pull away with this game.
They've really retaken the gold advantage here, just barely, but it's about the pressure on the map. So many towers destroyed. Bottom side also goes down. So the Zeri and the Corki here are going to be fearsome.
And this whole time, we were talking about Team Liquid controlling the jungle, Team Liquid controlling the vision. That's Masu putting bullets in the red buff of Team Liquid, stealing that away. We're seeing FlyQuest take all the resources from Team Liquid's side of the map as they make their exit, and we're seeing Bwipo do stuff like this.
Out of the brush, it's the Garen with the phase rush over to the blast cone, and you're only delaying the inevitable with that Zhonya's.
Yeah, and I think he knew he was there. He just kind of greeted for it. He saw him coming out of that brush.
Nice. We're getting bot too.
And Bwipo pumped up after that one so many times, has been second place over the last quite a few years, from 2019 all the way to 2024, has been chasing that title, has been looking for it. Really wanted to be the difference maker in a series where he was able to win, and absolutely has been a huge difference maker for the team here today. Has 2 items, working towards his third already, looking for that mortal reminder. And FlyQuest, this Baron buff's about to expire, but it gave them over 3,000 gold. And they have a scaling comp to boot. I talked about the 3 items. They're already done for both Quad and Masu, IE completed on both of those carries. You have a 3-item Ivern backing you up. You have Busio, who has been so consistent on the engages so far this series. And now it's TL, who have got to find some sort of X factor. Umpty has not been able to get anything done this entire game.
That pick around 23, 24 minutes that led into the Baron, that is the moment in this game that everybody's gonna go back and watch. 2 minutes until a dragon spawns, but it's just not relevant at this point in the game. 2.5 minutes until the next Baron, and the map is looking awfully dark right now for Team Liquid as FlyQuest groups up and looks to push some pressure onto the tier 2 top.
Pressure overloaded here. Ivern and Brush go up, Daisy goes down, and Tower goes down as well. Team Liquid, they can't fight them off. They can't clear this wave. The tower goes down, even with Daisy as the sacrifice. More gold here for FlyQuest. More room to work with as well.
FlyQuest putting on the pressure, but the pressure is so much on these TL carries. They know one more mistake is likely the end of the series, the end of your shot at repeating here, at getting that undefeated season that they have been chasing this entire split long.
They had the Seraphine carry in the last game. Masu now with the Zeri carry, a lot of gold as well. Nice little lead for him. It's the triple items with, as you say, a team comp that makes it very easy to play Zeri. Your front line constantly going forward, and your Ivern keeping you safe, so you get to have these dashes forward. Remember the beginning of the game when in the 2v2, he actually jumped into tower, into Core JJ's range, but that ended up not even mattering. And FlyQuest here, they have been able to overcome that lead that Team Liquid built. Now coming out to the Dragon spawn, you have to think that it's going to be FlyQuest territory.
And back when Zeri ran the meta, remember, she always had a pocket Lulu or a pocket Yumi. Leona's not going to sit in your pocket like that, but Ivern will gladly fill the role. It's just the pocket on the other side of your pants as Umpty is caught behind enemy lines. A little bit more damage. Quad doesn't quite have it just yet. Umpty can hop away from this one. That was almost tragic for that Team Liquid jungler. Dragon is on the map. Bwipo is clearing out the enemy jungle, just stealing away everything he can find. He's got 3 fully completed items, as does Impact on his Cassante. APA waiting in the brush to see if there might have been a chance for a punish there on Quad, but Quad knows better. Bwipo is on Dragon duty, and it looks like FlyQuest gets that one for free.
I mean, you just have to give so much credit this series, I think, to Inspired, to such a difference that he has been making for this team. He's playing, you know, both sides essentially of this similar matchup. When he was on the Lilia, he was creating a 3 to 4 level advantage. He was getting a Flame Horizon. They are actually behind in experience on the Lilia to the Ivern.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Inspired has been very good. Get you a jungler who can do it all. The Ivern or the AP carry. Meanwhile here, FlyQuest, this Garen pick, I feel like they also deserve credit for the picks that they have used. The Seraphine was actually such a big issue in the previous game, successfully used, not seen very often right now. The Garen pick from Bwipo also very successful towards the mid game. And so FlyQuest are doing it while also flexing here in Champ Select a bit.
Yeah, and I think that the takeaways of the Corki has been really good for Quad. You know, the Tristana has not looked nearly as effective as that Corki does, especially as you get towards the later stages of the game. And Quad has been able to grab that away every single time. Still no soul for a long time here. TL are spotted on that war, but they don't know it. Now they find it out. We're going to try to look for some sort of a risky play here, and you can tell they're feeling a little bit of desperation here at this point in the game, thinking about starting up that Baron at 30 minutes.
And I want to go back to what you were talking about earlier, Isaac. The scaling power on FlyQuest. This 1,000 gold lead is a lot stronger than it might look on paper as FlyQuest barrels down mid lane. The tier 2 turret is the target. Daisy's happy to tank it up, and FlyQuest picks up a little bit more.
This is the second time they've done this play. When they have Daisy available, they just 4-person strong push. Last time it was even 5 people. They send Daisy in. You completely zone with the Daisy moving them off the tower, and you just get an objective right there. That's a secondary turret they've acquired. Just walk up, take that money.
And you can see Masu even has a Seekers now on the Zeri, so the chance of 100-0ing him just got a lot lower there. You've got an Ivern in your back pocket. You've got Stasis available here. Jan is working towards his 4th item, does have 3 now, so is going to be having that upgraded W, you know, for that evolve poke. You know, if he can really soften some people up prior to a fight, maybe that gives you some sort of an angle in. But it's just feeling like TL are not confident to start out any fights. They realize their situation is pretty dire in this game, so I think they're kind of waiting to see if FlyQuest will make a mistake. But FlyQuest has been playing such a bulletproof series here.
They've got the minions already aligned towards mid lane. Team Liquid getting chased out of their own jungle.
And look at bot. There's no one answering the Garen. They've got to go now. Either you need to start a play or answer the Garen because you're going to lose your base.
Whippo's onto the tier 3 turret. FlyQuest's 4-man is just regrouping. They're playing it safe. They're creating some space for Bwipo and nothing more. Bwipo now backing away. The minions not quite going to finish off the tier 3 turret here just yet as Core JJ escapes the solar flare from Busio, but it costs his flash. That is a massive team fighting tool no longer available for TL. And look at Bwipo. He's staying in the brushes. He's staying out of vision. APA could be the bait. They know that Busio does not have the solar flare. Bwipo goes in for the flash engage on APA. He caught him. He's down.
Yappa down! Bwipo finds him! The flank comes in!
Shit.
The flash comes in! And APA goes down!
And it's a solo kill for Bwipo there, both times finding APA, leading towards a Baron. This one is going to be FlyQuest as well.
And we were talking earlier, all you need is the one moment where you're on the flank, you silence a carry and you take him out of the game. He might have just taken Team Liquid out of this series.
Look how much Bwipo is enjoying this. He is bouncing in his
Yeah,
chair.
that's
He
pretty
is
sad for
vibrating
Impact.
right now. Goes in from the bottom lane.
Same day he
and
gets
there's zero chance to
MVP,
get away.
now he
Once
loses
flashes on
the
you,
finals.
phase rush procs.
Was that Tristana flash? I'm pretty sure she flashed.
Yeah. I think I heard it, yeah.
Yeah, she flashed.
Best they did.
Alright, this guy's having way too much fun.
He knew. He just wanted to hear it. Oh, did he waste his
Oh
flash
my
after
God.
getting solo killed by me? Oh, he did.
Yes, he did.
What a nice
At least he's not raging though. It's better than
Got
a
an Infinity Edge, by
pro
the way,
gamer
on Garen.
raging
Yeah, Infinity
constantly.
Edge, Phantom
Respect,
Dancer,
okay.
and Mortal Reminder, that's 75% crit.
And the Tristana flash is down, in case anybody didn't notice that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Got the timer on that one correct. Honestly, he has been a menace. And he's actually hard to pin down in the split push, especially with this phase rush here. So it becomes very difficult for Team Liquid because in the 4-person strong, you're facing an Ivern. And Ivern just makes it so hard for you to engage on their team. But then you also can't really chase around the Garen on the side lane. And so the Ivern stop plus the Garen pressure is just been too much for Team Liquid to deal with. Now the Dragon is approaching, but really FlyQuest are like, we don't really care about that one. Siege continues here, and our Garen has teleport, so Bwipo can handle those minions at base.
Tier 3 turret is already down. Impact soaking damage here in the front line. Busio now taking a couple of shots there from APA. Bwipo teleporting in to join the rest of FlyQuest as they push into the Team Liquid base and crack the first inhibitor. The other lanes are not primed with minions, so now they gotta look for something more. Bwipo going in for Umpty. He falls asleep, but it ain't even gonna matter. He's ready to chase after. He won't get the kill there as Impact teleports in to try to save his team. Team Liquid again scrambling in the face of FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was so close, but that's the flash down. That's the Zhonya's down for Umpty. He needed to be one of the ones to try to make a play here. Now there's no flash on Core. There's no flash on him. There's no threat at all. FlyQuest could just walk up and seize the towers in your face with these Iron Shields. They could be on the precipice of taking the series.
The
What
second inhibitor
happened
falls.
there?
Only top lane
He
remains.
just gave
but
up the
wave
second
is very
inhibitor
far
like that.
pushed away from the Team Liquid base. 35 seconds left of the Baron. Maybe FlyQuest goes for a bait play with this brush. Yes, the Void Seeker's gonna find that one out. Bwipo's spamming a couple of emotes. FlyQuest still maybe looking to take the fight here as Team
Core
Liquid
JJ
pushes up mid lane.
wards.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down. FlyQuest have supreme control of Summoner's Rift. Baron buff, push them out, go back and actually collect the dragon. They chase.
The solar flare forcing Core JJ to use the crash down in the opposite direction. He's cut to pieces, to ribbons.
Alright, it's time to retire, guys. If you guys are struggling like this, it's time to retire.
Sights. APA still stuck away from defending those Nexus turrets. Masu and Bwipo are doing the job. APA barely surviving as
Like I said so many times
try to
before,
reinforce. Busio just
gamer fatigue is real,
APA,
especially
who
for
finally kills off the
gamers.
FlyQuest support. Daisy
For a
drop
game like
next.
this,
FlyQuest still in the enemy base.
as a
still
pro,
going after the Nexus. Bwipo
going
does
beyond
so
30 is
much
just
damage.
asking to
He'll
lose.
finally be traded back, but the Nexus
But
turrets
they're
are gone.
struggling so
Yawn
hard.
trying to defend, but the Kaisa does not have enough firepower to kill everybody on his own. Team Liquid still pushing him back for now.
FlyQuest isn't
but it's
even
TBH
that
coming
good of
in.
a team.
APA
TBH.
wants to rejoin and cut him off. Quad trying to escape. He gets back over the wall, but FlyQuest crashed into by Core. Inspired, knocked back by the Intofo strikes. APA goes on a killing spree. FlyQuest is aced.
Team Liquid hold the line at the Nexus. Nexus here. They get the ace, they TP for it, but that is an exposed Nexus they're going to have to deal with for the rest of the game. APA surviving in that 1v1, getting the kill on Busio, being able to reset, TP back in was so critical. Core Respawns immediately finds the engage with the flash there. Team Liquid do hold on, but they are so close to losing this game, to losing this series. FlyQuest just need to regroup.
All Garen has to do is just backdoor and take down the Nexus. He could do it on his own.
Will not go down
He doesn't even need his
quietly
team
in this
anymore.
finals, but as you say, it's still such an overwhelming map for them. The gold lead is not overwhelming, and now they do have 3 dragons, so they're still looking at the possibility of a longer game. They did give quite a bit of money over to the Team Liquid carries in this chase down, and it starts here.
Yeah, I mean, he got the kill on Busio. He gets the kill onto Garen as well. That's a 750 gold shutdown. He's now nearly full build on the Tristana, just like that. They know that they have to commit for more. They know they're in dire straits, so they call for the TP from APA. He comes in from behind, and then Core arrives here. Flash, crash down, finds the Magnet Storm across 2. They get the kill on the Zeri as he's retreating over the wall as well.
And the bomb exploded on his head.
30 seconds. Guys, it's not we should cover. We should cover.
Okay, FlyQuest again, invading Team Liquid's half of the map. Contesting for the enemy blue buff. Team Liquid on their last legs in this game. One more lost fight. It is an open Nexus. It will be the end of the game. It will be the end of the series. It will be the end of the LCS championship as now Yon in, but he doesn't find the assassination on Masu. Busio trying to get away as APA is free firing. He gets the rocket jump to try to escape from Whippo.
Oh my god, the throws.
2 for nothing, and they want to
Oh shit, oh
they gotta be
shit,
careful about
bro.
their own Nexus.
The base! Masu's going!
For the base race. You've got to keep your eyes on Masu. And APA is ready to run interference. FlyQuest scrambling now. Quad trying to get away from Impact. Core JJ ready to help lock him up, lock him down. Quad's in the middle of everybody. Masu's gonna be killed first. Quad at nothing. FlyQuest at nothing. Team Liquid from the precipice comes back. And
Who's
they're
gonna defend though?
marching
They're
down
about
mid. It's a clean wipe. Team Liquid with all 5 members alive retake control of the game.
Oh shit. Yo, dude, they might actually win this. What?
The plot armor is crazy. Team Liquid are marching on
No
the base.
fucking way.
They're going straight for the end. Only Busio alive.
Look at their Nexus.
Got to try to end it. The Team Liquid Nexus
supers.
is going to be killed by super minions. They've got to go fast.
They lost.
Super minions against Team Liquid at the very end of the day. It's done. FlyQuest.
They just threw so hard. What? Yo, they almost won and they still threw.
They are your 2024 LCS Summer Champions. Are you kidding me? The Winions.
You know what I fucking think? You not fucking asking me how the fuck I am. I feel like you don't care, dude. You know what? I've had enough, dude. Honestly, the past 2 weeks you've been doing this shit, and I'm honestly, you know what? You deserve a permaban.
Inspired. What happened there at the end? How do you feel winning another LCS championship?
Bro, honestly, I was just thinking about the Game 5 draft. and then Quad says, look about minions. bro. Like, I don't know. I'm too excited right now. It was just crazy.
Absolutely insane. Whippo, come over here.
How can I help you?
6 long years since the last title. How do you feel?
I'm really happy. I'm really happy. Man, today, every time I got to see the blinding lights and I walk on a stage like this, I have to think back to the moments where I used to play, and I really felt like today I could be myself, and that was going to be enough. Thank you.
We got to hear so many of your comms during the game, laughing, staying jovial, even in a tense game 4. Talk to me about maybe the difference of this energy to energy you've had in the past.
I mean, for me, Garen's obviously like one of the funniest champions in the game. Like, he just rolls up and one-shot too, so whenever I was one-shotting people, I was just laughing, you know, because honestly, I really love League of Legends' game, and getting to share what you guys experience.
The way you've been treating me has been extremely unfair, and you've been a terrible person to me. So you legit deserve this perm ban.
Let's get Masu
So
over here. Hey, Masu.
no,
Masu.
that's that.
LCS champion. Couldn't get it done in spring, but still your rookie year, 2 finals and 1 finals championship. How does it feel?
Honestly, it just feels amazing.
It's ridiculous. This guy keeps coming into the channel
I'm not sure.
and keeps. I said so many times, don't do this shit. If you don't like the stream, don't come here and harass me. It's so fucking annoying. No streamer likes someone to come into your channel and constantly deal with them getting harassed. Who the fuck likes that? No one likes that shit.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Masu.
Shame on you, dude.
Busio.
You've been a colossal dick the entire time.
We had a stat here early at the start of the day. Core JJ was 10 years
So
difference in
fucked up,
experience,
man.
but you're the champion today.
You liked this stream before, now you don't like it anymore. Why are you here?
Amazing.
Why are you here?
Really thankful.
I already banned you, so you can't even see what I'm saying right now. But maybe you'll see it in the VODs.
Before that moment even happened.
You deserve the
I
perm ban.
flashed to try to kill the Tristana and completely griefed, so I'm like, oh
I hate
no.
people
just
who
started a
are
bad
dicks
spiral,
for no reason.
But then that minion helped us out, so like, shout
What
out to that
about
minion.
you asking me how I feel? You don't even ask that. You want me to ask you how you feel? What the fuck?
I knew nothing. Quad was just yelling, minion, minion, minion. I'm like, what do you mean?
You barely
lost?
even
And
watch
then we
the
just
stream
went, I'm like,
anymore.
okay, that's chill. So, yeah.
Amazing. Let's get
Yeah,
Quad
get the
over
fuck
here.
outta here.
Inspired. Quad. Congratulations.
Unfollow
on
me.
winning
Good.
an
Unfollow
LCS
me. I don't even know
championship.
why you're following me.
How does it feel?
You've been a dick the entire time.
I have never been Team Liquid in summer, but eventually we win.
No, I tolerated it for a while,
the
but this is
difference
too.
today
It's fucking
that led
ridiculous,
you-
man.
I think
I don't know why you keep coming into this channel and act like I owe you shit. I don't owe you anything, alright? The whole point of this is for entertainment. And you act like I'm your husband or wife, man. What the
Amazing.
fuck?
Congratulations, Quad.
I'm not your
Inspired,
fucking
I need
boyfriend.
to get you one more time now that you've had about 2 minutes to process the series. Talk to me about beating Team Liquid this time around. I mean, you guys played them 4 times in the playoffs. They got you in spring. You had their number here in summer. What was the difference?
I hate that shit. People coming in here and then tell me what to do, how to do shit. Fuck you, man. Just stay out of my channel. I don't even know why you gotta keep coming here and try to bully me.
And I just kept
Try to make me feel guilty for doing who knows what. I didn't even do anything to you. It's you who always starts it.
Also, I know in game 1, I think
I'm
you were
here just living my
121
life,
CS ahead
just
of
showing
Bungie.
some
In game
stuff,
3, you're 125
and here you are
CS,
trying to
but
be
then
a
in game 4,
bitch.
you play Ivern. I mean, I'm just always really impressed with your
Holy
versatility
fuck.
and how often you're on a top team. How do you feel like you grew as a player throughout this year?
You're the toxic one. You're super toxic. How dare you come into my channel after so many hours and then just call me toxic? What the fuck? What about you? You're not toxic?
And I was trying to make sure that we are all on the same page and being calm in the game, which we couldn't really do in the game 4. I was
Fucking
like, trying to
prick.
calm down, and everyone was screaming when we were sieging their base. So, I'm not sure. I just felt confident going into the game that I will be the difference maker today, and
Honestly, I think he
Amazing.
he wanted to
Congratulations
get
once again.
banned.
I need to get Nuke Duck, if you can help grab him for me. Because, Nuke Duck! Nuke! because Nuke I'm not sure if you realize this, but we love your interviews because you manage to say almost nothing every time. Now that you've won, now that you're the LCS champion, what do you have to say? How'd you play?
No, that was absolutely crazy. Yeah, I usually don't want to give away any information because I know like other coaches are watching and they want to like understand how we're thinking. But this win was absolutely crazy. Me and Mithy were drawing up the plan for Game 5 because we were watching on the spectator, and then Andrew just screaming like the minions, and yeah, it was crazy. It feels very good.
Yeah, I was running up to the desk for a segment, and I was like, oh my God, the minions killed it. Yeah. You've had a long career as a player, and now a burgeoning career as a coach. How does this feel, winning the championship as a coach?
It feels very good. I mean, obviously, I never won when I was playing.
Imagine being jealous of a guy living in poverty.
Yeah, it feels like I got rewarded for hard work. Obviously, I would have
Fuck
never
outta
won
here,
without
dude.
my players and the rest of my staff. So they helped me a lot. But it feels like our hard work paid off for everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Nuke. I'll let you join the team and continue the celebration. That's it from here at the stage. FlyQuest are your LCS champions. Once again, give them a round of applause. We're going to send it up to the lounge to help close up the day. Congratulations,
Dickhead.
FlyQuest.
He never even donated.
Thank you,
What the fuck does he want from
and
me?
congratulations.
And he acts like I owe him
are
everything.
Your summer winners as we see them go for another team.
And he acts like
trophy win.
he's watching every stream. He
Where's the
barely
minion?
even watches.
Minion needs to be in there, guys.
The one time he comes in, he comes here and treats me like shit.
I have ever seen.
He gotta say something terrible to me.
Fun series I've had to watch.
He's always mad at me.
The camera on the
Like,
Nexus started.
the first 2 weeks he came here, he was fine. He was chill. Then out of nowhere, the past 2 weeks, he's been completely crazy.
And FlyQuest are the LCS champions. What a growing period for the team to be able to lift the champion up. Man.
Well, and it almost feels like a reverse of spring, right? Because here, I was on the desk with you guys. We were all like, FlyQuest is going to win. We saw how they won in their first game. This time, it's the exact same thing, but flip. TL won their first match, and now FlyQuest triumphs over them in the championship.
The lower bracket has won a lot of
I've been
championships recently.
I'm a viewer too myself. For other streamers, I donated before.
Yeah.
I don't act like this with them.
Yeah, and our GTL.
I don't go around demanding shit from
you're
them.
absolutely right.
I let them live their life. Why can't you let me live my life?
The entire management.
Why do you have to come here and try to control mine?
Really believed in them and the players.
And come here and then make me feel guilty for
The
streaming.
beginning of the playoffs, it felt for me till the end was a lot.
This
player I was
fucker keeps
looking at
coming
was
here.
Quad.
Go get a real job.
Really
Why don't you
stepped up,
get
and
a
the team around
Why don't you
them
go
gave
out
him
and get
resources and put him in
do
positions
something
to
else? You
carry.
don't have another
He was
job.
Somebody that I felt like
What?
was the real big sticking point, and then it was one
Fucking
after
jealous
another. Masu had his game,
fuckhead.
Lucio had his games.
Get the fuck out of
Whippo
here.
showed up big
Absolute
in this series as
dickhead.
well.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's
What an
still
asshole.
inspired.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
like,
I was enjoying
we heard
the
him,
LCS
he kinda,
finals,
he kinda
and this guy
cheated you out of a
just
good
ruined the
interview.
entire
That's
mood.
probably what he wanted to say this morning, you know, but he felt like he couldn't until he played.
It's funny because in Spring Split, after Team Liquid won, Jan and AP
I should have perma-banned him 2 weeks ago.
Whippo and Inspired, how they've been talking shit the whole split, and how they finally got
I
back to
should've done it on
feels
the
so
spot.
good. And then now, when
You know what?
when FlyQuest won, Inspired had
I
a lot to
feel
say
so
about
much better
AP
right now.
especially as well. And I think this
I
is the
knew
start
there
of
was something off because I
great, you know,
kept
a nice
feeling
rivalry
this
here
weird
between the
ass
players
pain
and
every
the
time he showed
orgs, and
up.
it's nice to see, you know, no one's afraid to talk shit. to
Now
each
that I
other.
banned him,
And just
it's
exuding
gone.
confidence from Inspired, like talking about, like, no, give him an AP or a carry jungle. He
What
won't
a
carry.
prick.
I'll carry, he wants.
Yeah, he was like typing back to APA saying that like I got into his head. These type of things. That's what
But
you
from
want
now
out
on,
of a
I'm
rivalry, and it's a
perma-ban
really,
everybody who
like, a
treats me
budding rivalry in
like
this
that.
league.
Yeah, and as we see, I mean, I think Busio and Masu were also massive.
How come all the other
in
followers
this
I have don't bother me
contribution.
like this
Their
every fucking
team
day?
fighting in particular, which is a
Every
hallmark
time
of
you
FlyQuest,
come
you
up,
already pointed out,
come to my channel, you got
was
something to
amazing.
say.
It's nice to see that FlyQuest took turns carrying.
Don't
I think
fuck.
Whippo had a massive game 4. I think Inspire was big in first game and the third game on his AP carry junglers, and I think a good Seraphine game. I don't think I've ever seen anyone soul kill someone on Seraphine, but I think without doubt in my mind, Inspired needs to be the finals MVP for this series. He had such a good series overall.
Yeah, he was so important to me in every single one of their drafts. As we saw the draft evolve over the course of this series, you heard him identify the AP jungle kind of problem for TL, and we saw both sides of Inspired, right? We
Well,
saw the
I'm
CEO
gonna-
of Full
I'm gonna
Player,
reban that
and
guy.
we saw the intern,
Mr. Black.
Ivern meowing for my bot lane.
Yeah, and he's like,
Flash
he's
user,
like, I could
Mr.
always play this. It just was, you know, based on the team. That's
It's
what
always the
confidence that I
weird
expect. That I expect out of
parasocial
him.
ones.
Saying I was like, you know,
I
growth
just
over
come
the
into
years,
his channel
I really
and
feel
then
like I grew over the year. I
start
feel like
acting
we were
crazy
just,
on
like
people.
as a team, we kind of grew, and that's fun to see from the squad. Masu, like I remember, like I would say the most impactful moments from each player. Masu in particular, that Ashe arrow that caught out
There.
Yon, and then
Bend
turned
all the
into
crazy
game
ones
one,
out.
the Yone ulti into the Olaf run down.
That was
Those
a
type
great
of
team
moments.
fight.
Exactly.
Likewise. Really showing like how much they progress as a team. Their team fighting in this series, in this split as a whole, has been really great. And the way they always pincer their opponents into a bad spot is how they win most of their team fights. And that's live thanks to Whippo and Quad, but also Masu and Busu for seeing the angle once they've pushed them into that chokehold.
Yeah, and even just taking a step back and thinking about the split as a whole. I mean, they got 3rd seed during the regular season. A lot of the hype and fandom was around Team Liquid and Cloud9. They were the team that was always, you know, very confident about them in any interviews. They would be able to like talk themselves up, but it was really during the playoffs when we got to see like other aspects of themselves. That it wasn't just going to be a, you know.
And this guy lives in Netherlands. That's like one of the best countries to live in at the moment.
The regular season of summer.
And he's still
that we get
acting
to
like
see every
I
aspect
still
of it
owe
in this
him like
series,
mad
actually.
shit.
When one person was failing, when Bippo had to get
Every
back
time he
game,
came
Quad
to his
stepped
channel
up.
for the
When
past
Quad
2
was
weeks.
struggling a little bit, Inspired stepped up. A lot of this is what makes such
Giving
a
me
great
these
team. and
weird
they're bound
attitude
for
problems.
Yeah, and it also makes sense.
You know how
This is why you
they came
had
up with the term
identified team fighting
parasocial?
as such
Yeah,
a
this
huge
guy took it up a
part of
notch.
their identity, and we've saw that here today in this entire series.
Looks like a little victory lap here.
Yeah, I know. We're taking the trophy up so the fans can see. But
So
yeah,
cool.
I mean, I think we had identified how they would be able to win. And everyone contributed to this
give me a
victory.
break.
That is
Seriously.
it for the LCS in 2024. Tune in to watch FlyQuest, Team Liquid, and 100 Thieves at Worlds. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for joining us for an amazing year of LCS. Thank you, LCS. Thank you, fans. Thank you, FlyQuest. Good night.
No. Good job, FlyQuest. You guys deserve to win.
Just in front, in front.
To go.
That's fine, that's fine.
Ezreal, go. Ezreal, go.
Yeah,
So
I'm going in.
Yeah.
He's dead. Ezreal's dead, okay? I'm going in hard.
He's not dead, he's not dead.
Corky. Going next. More.
Go Nash.
Okay, I'm done. Go Nash. Yeah, I'm going on Corky. I'm going Corky hard, okay?
Yeah.
Corky's dead.
Wonder if FlyQuest has what it takes to
Yeah, nice job.
get to the finals. I mean, the World's
Well played, guys.
finals. Probably not.
This guy's in team. Yeah.
Their AD seems pretty new.
I'm in the game. We are ending game. Just end. Yeah, try to end, guys. They look Nash. We can look for kill in mid. Yeah. Good job. I'm happy. Good job. Dude, Nasus was crazy. Good job.
Big slow. Maybe I can reach.
I can reach.
Ivern as well. Nice.
We'll kill them.
You solo kill mid. Soul!
Nice.
That guy's creeping.
Ashe too.
Yeah, Ashe next. Oh, that's good. Go GP together, okay? I'll go GP.
Kill everyone.
I'll go GP, okay?
Yeah.
I'll go GP. He can play.
Look at Tristana here. Tristana jumped in. I'm dead.
We lose. I got my thingy. You guys losing on this side? No, we're fine. They're low.
Tristana.
Trish dead. I'm low. I'm gonna be fine, okay? GP is low.
Just we're chasing.
Chase him,
A
chase him.
crazy shitbag. Comes in here and invalidates all my feelings, all my emotions, and then he has the audacity to demand me asking him how he feels.
I'm going Trish.
Go to Nash.
They both did that shit. They both did it. Mr. Black Darkness and Marvel.
I'm up, but I don't think I can do much. Let's see.
Treat me like a slave. Get the fuck out of here. Damn, when did they even get this picture? Crazy. That's fast editing. Congrats, guys. W Flight Quest. I actually didn't think you guys would win. I thought Team Liquid would. Good job. Not sure how you guys are gonna hold up against the Korean teams though during Worlds. But I think it's a bit early to end, so I might play some co-op versus AI games. I'm sick of people coming into this channel and acting like I'm responsible for their unhappiness and their lives. Shit. You know, whatever problems you're going through in life, you gotta deal with them head on. Don't come to me and then expect me to solve all your problems. It's screwed up. I have my own problems to deal with. Don't come in here and pin all your problems on me.
Fearless format. As soon as one player selects a champion, it cannot be played by either team for the remainder of the series.
Alright, we're done with that. You know, I think it's time that I start creating stronger boundaries. You know, that's one thing I haven't done really well, and I think it's time I should. I'm too lenient with that kind of stuff. Alright, let me put in co-op versus AI. Wait, let me turn on a light. Hold on. Alright, back. Get going. Play some co-op versus AI. You know, sometimes, I don't know if you guys get this, but sometimes people give off these really bad vibes. Whenever they show up, and that's the vibe I got from that guy. I felt very uneasy around him. Like at first, I didn't feel that kind of weird pain, but then like over time, it kept getting worse and worse. I realized it's because I'm trying too hard to compensate for whatever bullshit he kept coming up with. I'm so glad I perma-banned him. He totally deserved it. Who should I play? I don't want to play no ADC though. Or before I turned on the game, I told it, oh yeah, now I know who I want to play. Yasuo.
Death is like the wind, always by my side.
Dream Dragon or Truest Dragon? Let's do Dream Dragon. I hate that shit when people come in here and then they act like I gotta apologize to them. For what? You were the one being a dick. I'm not gonna apologize to that kind of person. You don't deserve an apology. I didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who's on the wrong. You're the one who's bad. All right, you're the bad one. Don't act like I did anything wrong to you. You chose to come to this channel, and you liked it. You did like it, right? And then out of nowhere, you started hating it. But instead of leaving, the right thing to do is if you don't like something, you leave, right? Or you give it up. No, instead you came here, you started trying to control the stream. You started telling me what to do instead of seeing if it was okay with me or not. And then you started getting hostile too. Well, fuck you.
The dragon chose me not for the strength of my hand.
No streamer wants to deal with that kind of BS.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
What is, what can be. They are not so distant.
I even took a break from streaming yesterday. I didn't stream the whole day. This guy just pops out of nowhere after like, what, 7 or 8 hours later? He used to watch the streams all the time. And he was nice too. He enjoyed the streams. Now he just pops up every 7 to 8 hours later, and then he gotta say something shitty to me. Yeah, he has to be a dick to me.
My enemies believe in strength alone, fools.
I even told him, yo, if you don't like the stream, just leave. You're not obligated to stay here, and he can't even do that. Oh, he would rather come here and harass me instead. What's on you, dude? I gave you a chance to do the right thing, and you didn't want to do it.
Nothing is lost. Another venture lies on the horizon. Anyone can wield a sword. Not everyone can be worthy of the blade.
Yeah, I knew something should have been the moment he said he got a permaban on his previous Twitch account. The Twitch deleted his account. He had 1,000 followers. He must have said something crazy to get permaban like that. I gave him a chance though. So many chances. Enough's enough. Can't clean up your act, then get the fuck out of here. Fuck, I died.
You fought nicely. Death was the only possible outcome.
Death is too tangible to still my blade.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Those who do not heed the dragons will regret their words and deeds.
Oh shit. Alright, they need level 6, this is tough. Oh my god, we're gonna die again.
What could be, will be, soon.
I gotta open my door. It's getting hot in here.
To seek a dragon's favor is pride. To receive it, honor.
Pay no attention to the trap.
Dreams arise. The dragon's favor is a privilege and a responsibility. Futures manifest.
An enemy has been slain.
Some dream of honor, but honor must be proved.
Excellent shot.
You have slain an enemy.
Think again.
Has been slain.
Pog. I've seen.
A villain might dare to cross a dragon blessed. I will ensure they regret it.
Rampage.
The guy was like one of those people who uses you until you drop dead. Legit no common sense.
Unstoppable. Shut down.
I wander, my enemies flee.
An enemy has been slain.
I see the hopes of villains, and I see them as they are. Fear me.
An ally has been slain.
Possibility abounds. I was chosen for a reason. Soaring fantasy!
Killing spree.
An unworthy foe trusts only their eyes. Death was not my destiny. I chose a different path.
Rampage.
Dreams can bloom even on a battlefield.
An ally has been slain.
Two dragons honor me. How many mortals can say that?
Oh my god, what is this damage? What the fuck? I think I'm too tilted. I gotta turn on the stream after this. Holy shit. You know, I'm relieved, but I'm a bit depleted after dealing with that guy.
Dragons will not let me falter.
Oh, like the energy vampires, that guy was one of them. I knew there was something awful about him.
A dragon sees the entire soul. What
He had bad intentions.
Few earn their blessing.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Maybe, hopefully the perm ban will teach him how to have some manners. So, maybe he'll grow up. Realize how the real world actually works. Like, hey man, other people have feelings too. Not just you. Yeah, he's acting like only his feelings matter, and no one else matters.
Greatness is not possible without imagination and will.
Acting like he's the only one struggling and no one else struggles. Everyone has their own battles, okay? Just because you can't see mine doesn't mean I don't have them. You act like you're the only one who has problems.
When I return, what opportunities will await?
I don't even know why he didn't unfollow.
A wanderer
Whatever.
lives in the present.
I'm
and
kicking him
hopes
back.
for what might be.
Dominating. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Death, my destiny.
Godlike. No one.
Soaring fantasy! Dream bigger.
This kid, no wonder. I'm like, why is this match so hard all of a sudden? I got one of those enters in my bot games. Rare enter. Fuck, they all came in.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Death is too tangible to still
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
I wander alone, but I fight for others.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
A poet's song, a warrior's belief.
Your team has destroyed. You have slain an enemy.
Purpose is only carnage.
Your team has destroyed.
What the fuck? Did I pick intermediate bots?
An enemy has been slain.
Holy shit. You guys hear me? Yo, I rather stream to no one than
Enemy has been slain.
someone who
An ally
hates
has
me.
been slain.
No. I have no room for hate watchers here. You know, a little trolling is okay, but this guy was not trolling.
The dragons will not be defied.
Yeah, I troll myself, not all the time, but sometimes. Like the streamers understand that I'm joking around. What you guys need? A lesson on etiquette. Online etiquette.
Truth from dreams.
A lot of these people are, I feel like, the ones I had to ban, never learned any manners in life. They legit don't know how to talk with people. You got your own place, you live without your parents, and what you choose to do, you become a dick. Treat other people like crap. Shame on you, dude. You don't deserve a perma ban. You deserve 1,000 perma bans. Alright, I'm done. See you all on Monday. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow because tomorrow's NFL Sunday, and I'll be catching all the games. So, thanks for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the stream, and peace. I hope today's stream serves as a lesson as to how you should be interacting with the streamer. Should be respectful both ways, you know, between streamer and viewer. You can't at least honor that, you deserve to get banned. Anyway, peace. Have a nice weekend to everybody.